6,000 gold plus, just about 5,000 now for Waybo, but they have the Baron buff. They can keep pushing, and they look. Roller gets hit! Not again! Not like this! Every damn Waybo has its day, and that day is today!
That might just be it. Waybo still have the Baron buff.
No way!
Make it back to Worlds.
All the disappointment, all the question marks surrounding this team. 7 losses in a row could not keep them from Worlds as they take JDG down a peg. It's the last turret's gone, and Light, the man that has led the way, and it's Waybo as our LPL 4th seed.
Waybo.
A little over a year ago today, another legendary chapter in the LPL was born as the underdogs in Waybo Gaming upset the superstar super team that once was in JDG. Now, the tables have turned and these two legendary organizations meet again, albeit looking a little bit different. And even though they've gone through their ups and downs, the goal of a LPL championship is still within their grasp. It's Waybo Gaming against JD Gaming here on LPL English. Welcome everybody to another day of the LPL Split 3 playoffs. We are here in the lower quarterfinals for Waybo versus JD Gaming. Again, two fantastic organizations that are looking to rewrite their season at the back half of things here. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Rooted for this best of 5. Winner plays against the winner of AL versus IG in just a couple of days and will lock themselves up a spot in top 4.
And importantly, Grapes, as well, we have to quickly pour one out for Yagao, his final game of LPL being shown on our screens before. And as we look forward now to this Waybo JDG series, it's all about this Grand Finals tournament and doing the best that they can and rewriting what has been a pretty awkward season or season 25 for these two organizations. This year hasn't been their best. There have been definite dips, definite troughs in their performance. And ultimately it ends for one of these two teams here. Again, it's the unnatural story that we say goodbye to one of these two powerhouse LPL organizations really early on into our playoffs, but that's the card that these two teams have drawn, and in this situation, in this series, it is going to be pretty close to find out who it is that ends up getting the better of one another.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams had such high expectations going into 2025. Not all of those goals have been met, but there is still time to make sure that you are able to get a pretty good feel of the season. As we take a look at our overall playoff bracket, again, Waybo actually had one of the bigger upsets of the tournament so far, upsetting anyone's legend in that upper quarterfinal and making sure that the bracket is shaped this way, that Waybo now and JDG, who are two teams that we didn't expect to be in the top 4, are now fighting for a spot in top 4. Meanwhile, we have IG and AL, who are two top 3 teams last split. One of those teams is going to end up 5th, 6th to wrap up the year.
Yeah, and ultimately this is the tournament now to decide who it is that wins this grand finals, who wins split 3. We have our world's qualifying tournament teams. We know who that's going to be. So really, this is just a case of bracket-itis now. We need to see who it is that's going to come out on top, who's going to be our best team from split number 3. I mean, that top half of the bracket looks absolutely stacked with BLG on top, and BLG again with a seeming return to form once again with the reintroduction of Beitwan, but with Top Esports kind of going on a tear through this, dropping 1 game in each series, but being the best in regular season, not actually dropping into the lower bracket just yet. This is a little bit more reminiscent of what we saw from them in split number 1.
It's much better than their split 2 performance, you can say that for sure. And you did bring up a good point, Rude, in that these 6 teams that are still standing are the 6 teams that are still in Worlds contention. We'd said goodbye to our Group Nirvana representatives over the past 2 days. They are no longer eligible to make it into the regional finals. So all the teams that are still in can breathe easy at least a little bit. Sure, you want to try to lock up a spot in the points, championship points category. You want to win the split. But even if you do fall, there is still an opportunity to go through the regional finals, something that our first team has done the last 2 seasons. It's Waybo Gaming here, starting off the 5th seed from Group Ascend. Roster actually 4 out of 5 of what it was a year ago. Tian getting slotted in here, and Crisp being this late addition entering split 3.
Yeah, and you know, sort of bringing, I'd say, a little bit more stability back to this Waybo roster, you know, with the fluctuation between Aha and Hong as there were earlier on in the year, but Crisp has been consistently a part of this Waybo team for Split 3, and you know, that's brought them some good, it's brought them a little bit of bad as well. There have been some really good points, there have been some not so great points, but I think that this Waybo roster overall, again, I'm looking at those solo laners, and I'm looking at Breathe and Xiaohu to really step into this series and be the carry forces for their organization.
And these guys have been performers in the clutch, absolutely. And a player that we have associated a lot with high-level performances at International is their support in Crisp, who was picked up by Top Esports, like you mentioned. However, we haven't necessarily always seen that high level of play, especially as we've gotten into the playoff bracket. We're showing some highlights of stuff from Crisp that we consider to be quite good, but we need to see more of that from both him and his AD carry Light if Waybo want to have success at International once again.
There are really good points from Crisp's gameplay, but importantly, it's coloured by sometimes, you know, quite muted gameplay where we just don't see too much of him at all, or where he's not a real presence on the Rift, and that can be quite the detriment. I mean, I think that looking at, you know, fortunately his support counterpart this time, it might not be the biggest deal in the fact that I've not been particularly high on Zhuo, but even still, it's not like support is this role where you can get away with not doing anything. If you are absent, it's really apparent, it's really showcased very, very easily. And I think that Crisp in this series actually has the opportunity to be that difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, if he and Light can really step up, especially with how, kind of sporadic the JDG bottom lane has looked, definitely some high upsides here for Waybo Gaming, and that's what allowed them to take down Anyone's Legend just a little bit earlier on in the playoff bracket. But let's take a look at Waybo's opponents for today. An opponent that they are very familiar with at this point, and that is JDG. Another team that, again, had some high expectations going in. The roster has really swapped around, though, Rude, over the past couple of splits. Not really looking recognizable from last year or even the start of 2025.
No, exactly, and those changes, you know, again, a little bit similar to Waybo, we have to take the good with the bad. I think that the addition of Xiaohu has actually been, you know, pretty darn incredible for this JDG team. And as we look at the bot side, though, Zhuo stepping in, for me, has felt like a bit of a muted force in this JDG composition. So the swaps that they've made, not necessarily the greatest, but however, they have had those benefits from it as well. And it is about making sure that, once again, that centerfold of Xun, Scout, and Pays can keep performing as we sort of have known them to in years gone by.
Yeah, like the group Nirvana upstarts, both in the top lane and the support position from last split. Jiaozu, I feel like actually has looked pretty good. And of course, we're looking to see a little bit more out of Zhuo as he's playing alongside maybe one of the most talented players in the entire league in Pays at the AD carry position, and you can see JDG walking out right now. The split has not been what they have wanted, neither has it been for Waybo. They are both on the outside looking in terms of qualification points. The loser of this series will be immediately slotted into the 6th seed and that regional qualifier, meaning that they will have to win 2 straight best of 5s, neither of which having side select, in order to make it as the 4th seed. Well, obviously this is something that Waybo have done in the past. Definitely not the position you want to be in, and there's still the ultimate goal of competing for a championship, and so that is what we are looking at here for both of these teams. And back to JDG a little bit, a player that we are really excited to talk about as well is the jungler Intermission, who we think, Rude, has actually been playing pretty well, reminiscent of the time where he took a team like BLG that he played against here all the way to the grand finals at Worlds.
Yeah, and you know, reminiscent almost of Split 2's Jun as well, maybe in the regular season more so than the playoffs, but you know, Split 2, Jun was an absolute terror. He was a nightmare for people to try and handle, to try to deal with, but he was phenomenal. We moved it into the playoffs, and then all of a sudden we felt that he was very muted and didn't have those same impacts as we had done in the regular season. But it was sort of the opposite for this split. For split number 3, where in the regular season we were sort of saying, where is that Jun that we knew and that we'd loved? And finally stepping into the playoffs, you know, we start to see those high highs. We start to see the benefits of Jun and start to see him picking up these carry champions once again and making these big plays.
Yeah, I mean, his signature Kindred being whipped out, I feel like we haven't seen that all split, and then suddenly able to use it to go up 2-0 over BLG. We don't have to talk about what happened afterwards, obviously, in that series, but overall, Shun has looked very good so far in the playoffs, and again, a player that has a lot to prove, obviously being a part of a high-level team and getting replaced here for a different player in 2025. Obviously has not found the same level of team success, but individually still looking pretty good and one of the better players here in this team. And, you know, if JDG want to have success, goes around the jungle, also goes around the mid lane. And we take a look at the mid lane matchup as well, Rude. Two players that are really LPL legends in their own right in Scout.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit of a look at some of their placements, right? Like, so 2024, we got to see they were very highly placed as well. Importantly, it's worth noticing, you know, we've got a couple of Worlds quarterfinal, that Worlds quarterfinal as well. Making it out and making it into that spot is pretty darn important. And that as we look more recently as well, with this 25 playoffs, you know, or Split 2 playoffs, excuse me, it is that Xiaohu just slightly leading the metrics, and in the majority of these instances as well, it is Xiaohu who's, you know, got a little bit of the better of Scout overall.
When you take a look back over the past few years, obviously these two have been in the LPL for almost a decade at this point. In Xiaohu's case, maybe over a decade here in Scout's case. Like, these guys have been really closely competitive with each other. 24-24 in game score over their last 17 series played. The only difference is Xiaohu has won in the games that have counted, and you can see that one of the most legendary mid laners in International of all time. The problem here, though, Rude, is that both of these players have not lived up to the expectations as much here in 2025. We're going to have to kind of go back to that form that they were in when they had all this success if they want to continue on here in the LPL playoffs.
And again, these are two players with, I would say, slightly mirrored stories in the most recent history. When we look at split number 2, Xiaohu was very, very absent. We really didn't rate his performance whatsoever. And then for Scout, he was, you know, trying to pull JDG up by the bootstraps, doing as best as he could to drag them across the line. Wasn't quite able to do it through the playoffs, though. But as we move into split number 3, it's again been a little bit of the opposite for me. I feel like Xiaohu has performed pretty admirably. He's actually stepped back into getting back to that form that has granted him 8 Worlds appearances. Whereas for Scout, in split 3, again, he didn't really have that impact. It wasn't actually living up to the expectations. Sort of, you know, if we remember the Darday effect of one of the Worlds gone by, getting the Darday award, for me in split number 3, Scout, one of the players who had the biggest name, the biggest expectations, just really didn't live up to it.
And this split specifically, it's been a bit of a rough sailing, I would say. Even since like split 1 here for JDG, Scout came in as a piece that was really supposed to have the team be built around him, right? A superstar player that has won Worlds and has been to Worlds 7 times, and we have not seen him live up to that world-class form as much with JDG's recent struggles. It really seems like a lot of the time it's Shun and Paze trying to carry the weight, and oftentimes somehow Scout actually being the weight that they have to carry. And so for JDG, getting their mid laner back to form, kind of like what Xiaohu has been doing as of late, maybe, you know, whipping out some new champions. That's kind of what Xiaohu was able to do throughout the playoff bracket so far. Could be a bit of an answer here for JDG, but the answer and the question still remain. A spot at Worlds still on the line. Neither of these teams have locked their spot up. Obviously, Waybo have made it through the gauntlet as the 4th seed 2 straight splits, or 2 straight years. And every time they make it, they end up making some noise. You might remember Scout and Xiaohu actually played in the upper part of that regional qualifier. LNG, which is the team that Scout was on, won 3-0, but when they later met in the World's quarterfinals, it was Xiaohu who ended up winning again. So these guys have gone back and forth so many times, and it's really exciting to see them down here. And even though they're, you know, not eliminated from Worlds contention here, you know that these players of these calibers still obviously want to lift that trophy at the end of the day.
And obviously in this Grand Finals tournament, it is all about getting that trophy. We know that, you know, at this stage in the year, we know who our, let's call it, promotional bracket teams are. So we need to look at this tournament, the Grand Finals, to decide who can come away with that trophy. We're in the lower bracket here. These are your final chances to solidify some much needed championship points, but also to solidify that you are a team that can dice with the best of them, right? Like, they're going to have a tricky matchup no matter who they're playing against next time. It's AL or IG, who, you know, in our minds conceivably could have been meeting in the finals, but as we see the walkouts come out onto the stage, it is going to be the final time for one of these two top laners, one of these two teams, as we move into the rest of the season.
And that's the thing. Obviously, there's the conception and the notion that, oh, IG versus AL is the real finals, or like could have been like the more competitive series, whereas Waybo and JDG are like the little brothers fighting against each other based off of their performances from this year. But this is a privilege that Waybo earned by beating anyone's legend in the upper bracket quarterfinal. If they lost that series, they would have been in the other side of the bracket with IG. But now that they've earned that spot, they have to continue to win this match and win all the ones afterwards to try and prove that they belong here among the world's best, among China's best in League of Legends. And obviously for both of these teams, they're not going to be able to qualify via that second spot, which is via championship points, unless some really weird situations end up happening, a lot of which have already been eliminated with NIP and EDG being knocked out. And so it's either winning the split or the regional qualifier. Regardless, they're going to have to look at the top of their game very, very soon.
Yeah, and I mean that regional qualifier is you know, no easy feat either. It's most likely for these two teams going to be 2 best-of-5s back-to-back that they end up having to take. And that's not going to be easy for either of these sides. I do think that they are coming in as the weaker end of our bracket of our playoff teams that are still there, and you know, it's on them to prove us wrong. It's on them to once again perform an upset, to take down an AL, to take down an IG.
And, you know, we'll see if that ends up happening. But, of course, they stand in their way first. Must beat each other to pass that line and make their way up to top 4 for Split 3 of the LPL. Now, before we get into draft of game number 1, let's take a quick look at our predictions overall from the talent. We are all Waybo favored. However, most of us, Rude, have this going to game 5, including you on JDG's side. Tell us why you're rooting for them today.
Yeah, I've gone for JDG. I'm a very big fan of Xiaoxiu. I'm actually looking at how much he's brought to this team, and I think that being able to keep Breathe down is the goal, and I think that that's something that he can do, hopefully at the very least.
Now, obviously, our producer Kai has noted that despite being a light supporter, actually has also gone to the JDG side. Is that the same vibe that you're going with, or is it different? It's a different angle for you here.
I am looking at this bot lane for Waybo, and I am drawing blanks as to how we can see them carry a game period. I think that there's been, you know, significant instances where Crisp and Light have been just a little bit too redundant for me, and I think that up against Pays, even though he's having to pull Zhuo along, I think that he's got what it takes to be that late game presence as well.
And just a reminder to all of you, if you want to make some predictions with us, you can scan the QR code to join our Discord. It's where we have a lot of fun community conversations, both about the LPL and basically everything else League of Legends related as well. The light support has been put on hold, apparently, here for Mr. Alk Battery as we prepare for our lower bracket quarterfinal between Waybo Gaming and JDG. The winner, of course, getting the opportunity to move on, securing themselves a top 4 in the split, which is something that you know, both of them would love to have finally accomplished here in 2025. And I'm just really excited for this series. It feels like both of these teams have truly something to prove, even though there's no direct elimination at stake here for full Worlds qualifications. The pride and the ability to continue to compete for that championship still remains as we get ready for our Game 1 draft.
Yeah, I mean, that, like, getting a championship here, like, it obviously secures them automatic position at Worlds as well. It's the easiest way for them to get to that international glory. But we are in draft now. Game number 1, JDG, Waybo Gaming, on the Rift for us all. Kiana, I love this as a little blue sideband nod to Tien. Hey, buddy, you're not getting this.
Yeah, he's been pretty good on it when he's gotten the opportunity to. One of the big pioneers of this Kiana jungle, which has gotten tagged a little bit, I think, in future patches, not the one that we're currently playing on. We see the Nico and the Ambessa as well for JDG, where on the other side, big target towards Scout with his Azir specifically, as well as Pays not being able to play. One of the stronger AD carries in the meta right now in the Inara.
So what will this final ban be? Lots of top laners still open and available. Still got Varus as well. All of the junglers really on the table. Wukong taken off the board. So let's see where JDG go to. Still things like Varus. We've still got Gwen Rumble. We've still got plenty of different picks that can be picked up. Lots of things that are typically seen as quite strong in the meta. Let's see which one it is that JDG elect for.
Jungler pick early makes a lot of sense, you know, or just go with the good old classic. It feels like Rumble has been a B1 option ever since we started the Demacia Cup almost 9 to 10 months ago. Xiaotu has been a great player on this champion specifically, both in his time on RNG as well as here on JDG.
And I wonder if this just means that Breathe opts into a sort of an Ornn and sort of defaults back to some of those stabilizing laning picks, and then we can look to put a bit more stock in a carry for Tien, a carry for Xiaoxiu. However, this Aurora, the frequent answer to a Rumble, you know, is something that we saw a lot from IG, where they would pioneer putting the Shy on the Aurora and seeing what he could do with it. But, you know, this is a great flex pick, and I love it on red side, where you don't have to reveal this flex until the final stage of the draft. So you're now a little bit hesitant to pick something melee in the mid lane as well, in case that Aurora goes there.
We have not seen Aurora be played by Breathe in the playoffs so far this season, or so far, you know, over these past 2 series that they've played. Xiaohu has played it once, and it's going to be matched at least alongside Crisp's Alistar, classic engaged champion, one of his most played throughout his competitive career. Now, as you mentioned, Root, a big counter to Rumble these days are these tanks with the recent nerfs that have come through, so I would not be surprised to see Breathe lock one of those in, as JDG are going all out with their full engage, full wombo composition. That's an Orianna Pantheon locked in 2-3.
Yeah, and Shun Pantheon has been one of those picks that does take over games very frequently, and I'd like to see that happen in game number 1 for JDG. I think that they've got the tools to be able to make that happen. For Waybo, though, they've got this also very dive-centric composition. The Aurora can get to your backline now with a Jarvan and an Alistar, especially up against double immobile carries in their solo lanes. JDG are going to have to be very fearful for that Cataclysm, and it's a question of what Waybo look to round out this Circles composition with. We've got Cataclysm on one side, we've got the Between Worlds on another, the massive double knock-up that Alistar can provide. You're looking at ADs to try and complement that. Maybe Corki comes through, Ezreal. We've got plenty of things that Waybo can look toward, and you know, things even still like the Varus that are completely left open could still just come in to slot into this composition.
Still a lot of options, which is why maybe these teams are taking a little bit more time here in this second ban phase as well. Light Sivir being taken off the board here, as of course we're still looking for 80 carries in both of these teams' compositions. Light and Pays, obviously 2 very different routes to get to this point. Light's been with Waybo for the last couple of splits, and Pays moving over from Gen G down here. Both very influential and impactful as to what they can bring to their respective teams. See a Poppy bit takeaway actually for Zhuo at support. Makes sense, as it's something that kind of all the players on Waybo kind of don't want to deal with in general.
Yeah, it's a good ban versus the Alistar versus the Jarvan. I mean, I'm looking at 80 carries here that we could still take. I mean, even a Jinx. I mean, maybe in the first round isn't what we're going to see in a game 1 of this Fearless, but does synergize quite nicely with their composition. And for Light in particular as well is something that we've seen him take very frequently. Now, as we look at sort of something a little bit more split wide, maybe we're going to see this more traditional marksman in a Varus come through, which again I still just think is going to slot in quite nicely. But if they're going to combo that hammer home dive with dive, it's also a bit of a denial pick as well. Taking it away from Pays gives him the lack of option now to follow the Pantheon in.
Yeah, full dive here for Waybo, at least so far. We'll see exactly what they want to lock in with one of their final solo laners on the 5th pick. And now JDG have a big question. What do they want to go with exactly? Do you take the Nautilus away from the Kaisa as, you know, being one of the typical picks that you would pair alongside that champion? It looks like, at least for now, doing a little bit more high damage here with the Corki pickup.
So denying things for Waybo, not necessarily a point, but getting it removed from Fearless so that we don't see Crisp on it in later matches, definitely something to keep our eyes on. This is now when Waybo have to reveal their flex. Is this Aurora going top? Is it going into the mid lane? And for Waybo, it's that decision. Are we okay with sending a Galio, it seems in this case, into the Ori? And they absolutely are. I mean, again, big circles, big dive. Waybo are going forward, and there's nothing really in this JDG arsenal to stop that from happening.
See that Galio getting locked in. Now there's a little bit of questions about where this pick would go. I would imagine they're going to swap these solo laners at some point, but the Galio to the Orianna is a perfectly fine matchup as well. And overall, Waybo have a very easy to execute and a very clear picture of what their composition wants to do, which is to go all the way in. JDG have some nice tools to disengage, but overall, I feel like Waybo definitely have the easier goal or an easier job to do with the champions that they have as 5.
Absolutely. If they can get on top of Pays, then the game is really, really straightforward. I mean, getting on top of Rumble and Orianna, it's about burning those flashes early, making sure that they are the focus point pre-level 6, and then when you hit that level 6 marker, let's start Cataclysm, right? Let's just start layering down these immovable objects and really find those kills nice and early. Especially Jarvan Galio, even if Corki's got Valkyrie, even if he's got Flash, that can be so difficult to try to get away from. If you get knocked up, you're already in a world of hurt anyway. You Valkyrie away from the knock-up, then you get Cataclysm, then you have to Flash, and if you don't have Flash, then your combo's just completely useless anyway. So there's a lot of tools that are available for Waybo here to make sure that the life of JDG is miserable. And looking at the supports that they could have taken, you know, things like Braum, Renata, they were all still open, these disengaged supports that can very frequently help you out. It wasn't like Waybo were hiding what their composition was going to do. They were very clear, very apparent with it. And it feels like they've not really read it too well as JDG. Unless they're going to be able to pick their way through the early game, they're going to struggle.
Well, the stage has been set. A rematch of that fateful Gauntlet series from over a year ago. Down in the lower quarterfinals of the LPL 2025 Split 3. JDG taking on Waybo, starting right now.
碾碎，破坏，
See the crowd in Shenzhen waiting to fully erupt. Seems like both the fans know that we might be here for a while, dude.
Yeah, I would hope so, honestly. This is one of those series, and honestly, with the majority of series that we've seen so far in
人均出击，
the LPL playoffs at this stage, we're expecting more than at the very least 3 games. I think 4 is pretty much a given. 5 is the blessing that we're after.
And you know, that's something that JDG have done quite a lot so far here in the playoffs. Have taken the series to 5 games both times, both in the upper and the lower bracket. Of course, we're sent down to the lower by BLG via reverse sweep, and then just won 5 games against WBG Gaming, a representative out of Group Nirvana. So you could argue whether there's positive or negative momentum associated with barely beating the Group Nirvana team, but overall, still winning 2 straight versus Waybo coming off of a 3-1 loss to TS maybe has them feeling a little bit better about things.
Yeah, and I mean, something that we didn't actually, or that I want to keep a track of here, I think it's a good point that these 2 teams have had different routes in so far, but the fact that we just saw a leash come through in our grand year of 2025, Grapes, feels a little bit like, yeah, like Jarvan can clear his jungle. This isn't Janna jungle that we've got to try to clear and help out with, but at the minute, JDG doing very well in this bot lane because they're able to get priority over these bot brushes. And we talk about level 1 Alistar all the time, but definitely something that is being punished here by the JDG bot side.
Both supports already have to blow their flash. Also, you see that Breathe is piloting this Aurora, so a range versus melee matchup on both sides of things, but you can clearly see at the moment Breathe getting the better of Xiaozu at this point, whereas Xiaohu going to be able to play a champion that he's pretty familiar with and one that can have some pretty high global impact in the Galio.
Yeah, and I mean, we just got to see some of the win rates, and I talked about Jun's Pantheon being able to frequently take over games as his overall score on it. Yeah, good flash from Xiaohu there. Needs to flash the dissonance damage in the queue as well. Overall win rate for Jun this split on the Pantheon was 1-5, so maybe not quite as important or as impactful as that of first fought.
Wow. I feel like this is something that he's played pretty well on, but actually one of those games was a loss in the playoffs, I believe, and he did pretty well on the Pantheon. It was just an unfortunate one, I believe, against EDG in game number 1 of that series. Hey, while we have a little bit of time, I want to give a quick shout out to Prodiff, our sponsor here on LPL English, where you can get some tips and tricks from some of the best in the ERLs, the NACL, and of course the LTA. You can use code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff.gg. Thank you so much to Prodiff for being a sponsor here at LPL English.
You can see how to take trades quite like Pays down on the sport side. He's playing this incredibly well. Landing Force Bomb on both targets here, especially after Crisp has already gone in. Really solid stuff, and now just through sheer laning prowess and the fact that Jun is pathing towards this bot side, you can see Light has to sacrifice a little bit on this bot wave, and now Scout in trouble in the mid lane.
Remember, Xiaohu doesn't have his flash, but Scout does, but not going to be able to flash that. The EQ combo comes in from Tian. Finally, Scout will be able to use that summoner spell, but not before being taken below 200 HP, so nice gank here for Waybo. So it looks like Scout's actually going to stick around for a little bit. Sure,
Jun was out of the brush there. So they should know that he's here. Yes, Rose walked up as well, but this is overall a fairly decent run of plays for JDG. Able to get rid of some of that gold on Light. He's now pushed a little bit further behind the curve. He goes back to base, picks up a Cull and a Dagger, which is the greatest of pickups in terms of combat power. I think fortunately he's playing versus a Corki, so picked up a Tear and a Dagger, so we're not exactly worried about his fighting presence too much at the minute.
Yeah, both of these bot lanes not picked for their laning phases. The Corki and the Kai'Sa definitely want to scale a little bit later on into this one. I wonder if that means less of a focus on the grubs that are going to come up in about 3 minutes, or maybe more of a focus with lane swaps maybe imminent in the next couple of minutes time over these next few waves. I
would say that Corki actually typically a pretty strong laner, and I think picked specifically into the Kai'Sa is to do pretty much what we've seen Pays do already, to kind of bully around this bot lane, and you can see him stepping forward, using that Gatling gun over the wave to try to poke out Light and try and weave in these auto attacks as well. Now this wave in honestly a pretty dire position. JDG can look to try and freeze this really make sure that Light and Crisp aren't in a good spot. And I think that that's when we're going to start to see this lane swap start to come through, because the minute Light and Crisp, they're homeless. They can't step up to this wave because they lose the 2v2. So they need to get swapped out of this, or at least bailed out by a little bit of presence from Tien. But we can see he's on the top side. He's nowhere near ready for this. So it's just going to be Light being denied more and more gold.
A reset finally coming in for TM, but it's going to be a couple more waves of misery here for Light and Crisp, as you can definitely see the control that JDG's bot lane have been able to implement here in the 2v2. You know, an area of the map that we thought, Rude, was going to be pretty important in terms of deciding the series. Obviously, Paze has really had some high-level performances, but we're questioning what Zhuo can do, and the same thing can be said for the bot lane of Waybo. Right now, it's Paze and Zhuo getting the better.
Yeah, and you got to see as soon as they realize that Light's gone back to base, they're immediately going to push this out, find a free recall effectively so that they don't miss out on anything. They can go back, pick up just a little bit more gold, maybe a longsword, maybe something to help out their trading power. Alternatively, help Jun out in this bot side jungle.
Oh, Zhuo face checks that brush, flag and drag goes onto the Nautilus, but kind of follow up after that, as it seems like neither team really want to go for that full 4v4. We also saw ultimates traded on the top side of the map. It seems like that lane swap is what at least JDG are looking for, with resets coming through from both Paze and Zhao.
Yeah, so Pace gives up his free recall. He's going to miss some minions down on that bot side, but you can see that they've instigated a lane swap, right, with Pace walking out to that top side. Gives Xiaosu a little bit of free time as well. And I do want to quickly call out something that we saw in those rune choices, especially for Pace here. Went for Jack of all trades, meaning that he wants to work his way up to 10 stacks of different statistics really early on. Doing a pretty good job at that for the time being. Has already reached that 5 break point with a little bit of Omnivamp that you get from the Blade. Tier giving you mana, health, AD, and attack speed. He's may look like he's window shopping, but he's doing it for the Jota procs.
Okay, well, as somebody who plays ADC quite often, maybe plays some jack of all trades, I'll hold my thought right here. It looks like Zhao's going to get dove 4 members strong by the side of Waybo. That guy had no chance, as Crisp is barely able to survive with one more tower shot. That's first blood to Waybo Gaming.
And that's a really solid play, and what does it cost them? A few plates on this top side, so gold into Paze, gold away from the Rumble. But honestly, this is, again, JDG in a position where they're probably happy enough with this trade. We could argue that Xiaoxiu shouldn't have been in that spot in the first place. He should know that this is his time to get dove. But JDG getting gold onto Paze, where he's actually feeling pretty confident and feeling pretty far ahead of the curve, is something that we can't be too worried about necessarily. This is what I'm more worried about, the fact that Tien's able to walk in, steal away some jungle camps on the bot side.
Yeah, it's a small advantage back. Obviously, the CS department is rather even, but because Tien was able to pick up that first kill, now ahead in the gold department, right as the grubs spawn. But it's going to be JDG to get there first. Makes sense because they were the bot lane to obviously have pressure on that top side of the map. Meanwhile, Tien has not actually started up this Cloud Dragon yet. As JDG kind of in a better position despite losing that kill off the dive.
Especially with these, like you say, with these grubs going down as well. They will be traded for this dragon, but I think it's too much. They're not set up. They'll be face checking into darkness, and they've still got Xiaohu TP available, so he can sort of make a play down onto the spot side if they were to try to contest. But I mean, looking across the board at the gold, it's still very even. That first blood gold has been largely neutralized by the fact that the bot laners are pretty far ahead. Now, it is worth mentioning that it's a 300 gold for the supports, which in the grand scheme of things we do not care about whatsoever, so it's only really a 200 gold lead that they've got to speak of, and the fact that Light is now getting to effectively free farm versus the Orianna in the mid lane is pretty decent for Waybo. But we should talk a little bit about what this means, right? We've got a pretty slow-paced early game. We've had this one kill come through in the first 9 minutes. Who does this favour? Who are we happy with this going for? And honestly, looking at the scaling on these sides, I will always look at a Kai'Sa and think that you are going to be able to pop up and to take over in the late game, especially when their composition is executable very, very easily. There's not a lot that's stopping the Kai'Sa from going in and absolutely destroying you, right? We've got a point-and-click CC from Zhuo, from Jun, but that's really about it. Getting away from a shockwave and making sure that that doesn't hit you should be very simple on a Kai'Sa. Same to be said for things like the Rumble Equalizer. We don't expect those to be pretty big triggers that can take down Light, and looking at this game and my prediction for JDG, thinking that they might be able to come out on top in the series, but game number 1 for me, the longer this game goes, is going to be much, much easier for Waybo to get this game off the ground.
Especially because while there's a lot of things that, or there's not a lot of things I should say, that actually kind of take away what a Kaisa can do. A lot of enablers on Waybo's side as well. You have the Jarvan, you have the Alistar, even the Galio going in with that hero's entrance. Light can kind of jump on top of anybody that gets engaged on by one of those free threats. And then, by the way, you have a full AP Aurora that's going to be able to do a lot of damage as well as the game progresses.
Yeah.
So, yeah, overall, Waybo's team fighting definitely looks very, very strong. And JDG, on the other hand, they have some good pieces, but again, we talked about at the start of the draft, it's Waybo who really have the agency in terms of starting fights, and the fact that they're even at this point of the game is a very good sign.
And what I will say as well is that looking at the flashes that we saw burned earlier, right? Scout got off scot-free. He had his flash burned at level 3, level 4. Tien will have dinged level 6, but there was no angle onto the Orianna that they were able to find. So it's about burning these flashes for Waybo. That's the flip side of this coin, is that yes, they can have those go buttons, but when there are flashes available, that Cataclysm is going to be rendered useless pretty quickly. It's about making sure that they can burn these summoner spells nice and early. And Xiaoshu down on this bot side, he has his still, but not be in a good spot.
Yeah,
and
not for long. There it goes.
Flash burned. Well, now's the time. 5 minutes. Yep. Start the timer.
Xiaoshu has been the target of a lot of focus by Waybo, at least so far. See that kind of reflecting in terms of how their resources are currently allocated. As you mentioned, the top side of the map for Waybo, currently the ones in the lead in terms of gold, where JDG have advantages, albeit very small, in other areas. And if you have a little bit of a break in time, Rude, going back to what Pays has building right now, of course working for that Triforce, like what other items are we looking at here? Is there, when you have this rune, the Jack of all trades, do you sometimes go like, oh, like I have to build AP here, I have to build MR here, or is it kind of just building what you would normally build anyway?
I mean, you can kind of get away with building. The way to get 10 stats is actually pretty easy for most classes. I would say that AD carry is typically one of the harder positions to do it, but with Trinity Force you get so many anyway. And then things like a crit cloak are something that you have to consider as well, that just give you that pretty easy short amount of stats that you can get. Sorry, just watching Scout wail away at a plate there. And then it depends what boots you go as well. If you end up picking up some movement speed, that gets you an extra stat. If you go for a movement speed defensive boot, that gives you another stat as well. So you can actually get up to 10 without too much difficulty on the majority of carries, especially like a Corki who's not reliant on Berserker boots. Go for something that's defensive. I think that this game, things like Merc Treads, things like Plated Steel Caps, not awful, gives you that magic resist, gives you that armor. Whichever way you go for it, you do end up breaking your way up there quite quickly.
Okay, so we're not going like Zanya's third item or something crazy.
I hope not. I hope not.
Good. That's good to hear, because
we don't need to cook
Pays
that
got to do a
hard.
lot of damage in this game. And
He does.
That'd be sad.
Well, maybe Breathe, who's the one who's under fire, is 4 people from JDG walking down to this bot side, but looks like there's enough people from Waybo that are just sniffing around and saying, actually guys, this isn't the dive you think it is.
Especially with Breathe both having ultimate and flash, just a lot of mobility. You can zip and zap away from different forms of engage that JDG have. It would be a little bit of a difficult dive to go for, and so it looks like we're going to back away. Very quiet early game so far. I've seen the LPL admin on our Twitter account continuously be mad that like what happened to this LPL? There's only 1 kill. We're getting another one of those experiences. So whoever's on the socials team today might have another tweet up in that deck, but I think we're going to get some fighting soon. Maybe around this dragon that's about to spawn.
Yeah, 5 seconds away, and it would be second Drake for Waybo. Recalls from Scout on that top side. He has got teleport, so it'll be very indicative of where he TPs to. It's into the mid lane. So expectation is that JDG want to fight for this dragon, and it looks like Waybo do too.
Starting initiative, immediately dredge line on to Chris. The dragon is below 2k. Shun's able to get in there and smite it down. That's a stolen Infernal Dragon for JD Gaming, and Waybo can't do anything about it.
We do a little bit of the flipping here in the LPL, and it's JDG that come out on top. Shun walks in, Q Smite, taking things away as a Pantheon. Very, very straightforward and very well executed by JDG. They walk in, they take the objective, they walk out, and they don't get engaged on.
Thanks for the leash, buddy. As Shun's able to secure that one. The Q Smite combo is a pretty unbeatable one against anything that Jarvan has in his kit, obviously. So, well done by JDG. They use a teleport, but it's very much worth it as it helps, keep this game alive. Waybo getting off to a 2-dragon lead would have been a pretty bad sign.
Yeah, especially with the way that this composition from Waybo can just force onto objectives, onto fights. They spot a target, they should look to try to take them out. But once again, what I want to draw our attention to are those TP timers, right? Xiaoxu rather, TP'd up to that top side, Scout TP'd into the mid lane just beforehand. So both of the solo laners from JDG now without their teleports, whereas Xiaohu is going to have his up pretty quickly. A bit of a trade here down on the bot side, but what I'm looking at from Waybo is try to punish Xiaoxu. He's got no flash on this rumble. They should be looking to capitalize on that, and I don't know that I've seen Tian actually look for an ulti yet.
They're to punish Zhuo instead, who gets caught trying to defend a control ward against Light and Tian. That's a big kill for this Kaisa, who had been put rather behind in the CS department, but now is 1-0-1.
Yeah, and I mean, with that kill, we've pretty much given the gold lead right back to Light. I think that this is the best place for Waybo to put their gold. I think that there's a lot of onus on Light in this game. Looking at the damage that they've got on this composition, yes, we've got on Aurora, yes, we've got a Jarvan Galio sort of hybrid bruiser tank damage thing that they're going to be doing, but it's all about Light. It's all about him and what he can perform, or how he can perform in this game. Set him up, let's look for gold onto the Kaiser, and then hopefully he should be able to carry them through.
Another mistake that we've seen from Zhuo, a player that, again, brought onto this JDG team halfway through Split 3, and a very similar playstyle from what we've seen from him throughout the year. Of course, started off on LNG, is permanently on the aggressive side of things, and we've seen that come back to punish him quite often, and that's something that we're looking to see remedied a little bit towards the back half of the season if we want JDG to have some more success.
Yeah, I do think that Zhuo's had a pretty stinky split, just without being too crude about it. The performances that we've seen from him on this JDG roster have been pretty off base with what this JDG composition or composition of players are expected to accomplish. Even just that, you know, things like clearing a control ward there when you don't see what's in that tri-brush. It's pretty rough. You know, if you can't step up to go put a ward in that tri-brush, it means you can't step up to clear it. With nobody in there, and it's just these small mistakes which, whilst it's not cost JDG the game by any means, it just lost them so much tempo on that top side. They had to cede all pressure up there. Means that there's a little bit more gold put into the Kaisa, some more into the Jarvan, and all of a sudden you can see that gold lead from before that kill happened, it was dead even, to now being a 1k gold lead that's just slowly accelerating. And off of only 300 gold going their way, it has its consequences.
It's not too much, but again, will continue to stack up if things don't change in terms of how the game state is currently functioning, especially because the easy engage tools that the Waybo are going to have, and now that they have some sort of lead, it just becomes easier for them to start these fights, even more than it was just a couple of minutes ago, as you mentioned. We have this next Chemtech Dragon spawning in about 90 seconds. See solo laners battling it out on the top side. Surely a rotation down towards that pit is going to be happening in the near future.
Yeah, and you'd like to think that down in that bot lane is the crucial point, as I do want to quickly highlight that, you know, Xiaoxu once again had no flash, didn't get punished for it this time though, as that is now back up and available. Looking at the summoner spells on Waybo as well, everybody has flash except for Tian, whose is coming up in about 10-15 seconds time. Looks like Xiaoxu, he's the focus once again. He's been put a little bit in the mud by Waybo so far this game, and it looks like that's not going to stop anytime soon.
Man, if they attempted these games like 2 minutes earlier, maybe it would have been a little easier, but now he has flash again. So it's just like, okay, we burned the flash, but didn't use anything off, didn't do anything off of it, so you're going to be just fine.
So yeah, you would expect now, especially with that big overload up to the top side that actually didn't really yield any fruit. This is going to give some free time to scout down in the bot lane. They put 3 people on the top side as Waybo and lose out on this first turret of the game that goes down in favor of JDG for a lost play on the top side. Looks like Waybo trying to make a play this time around that didn't quite work out. They might be looking to punish though.
Yeah, Scout does have his flash, but looks like Waybo wanted to try to make him pay for taking that bot lane tier 1 for the first turret of the game. Not going to happen though, as he will be able to escape with his phase rush right as the dragon spawns. We see everybody from both squads making their way towards this pit. 2-1 in terms of the dragon lead would be very impactful for Waybo, as they're the ones to start it off.
Yeah, they do have Pantheon ulti to get in there a little bit quicker, so when Zhuo walks around this corner, broaches it and sees how high HP it is or how low, might start to get in there.
Get in there quick. No, it's too late. Tien and Waybo are going to secure this dragon. The question is, will they go for more? Chris flashes in for a 2-man pulverize, and after almost 20 minutes, the LPL gods have granted us a team fight. It's a Cataclysm under 2. Zhuo dangerously low and already a 1-for-0 in favor of JD Gaming. As Zhao Shu yeets himself straight into the enemy jungle and picks himself up a kill on the breathe. It's 3-0 in favor of JD Gaming, with Zhao Shu next to follow. He has the blast cone to safety as Waybo collapsed after picking up the Drake.
It's a Giga Chad Rumble performance from Xiaoshu there. He puts the equalizer down, flashes onto the right side of the blast cone, and cooks Waybo in their own jungle. Yes, they get away with the dragon, but they lose 3. They will lose the Atacon. That's a monster fight from JDG, and in particular the top laner as well. The hook early from Zhuo here. Good flash to buy space, but Crisp goes in a little too far. The backline are getting cooked by the equalizer. Breathe and Light barely able to really contribute to this. Light uses his ult to do nothing. And then watch this blast cone. Flash from Breathe. Xiaoshu, the second that cone gets hit, he flashes on top of it to make sure that he can take down Breathe without really any recompense. Light able to, you know, force his way out of there using his supercharge and the way to get out to safety, but Waybo will be feeling a little bit more hard done by the fact that they couldn't execute on their own team fight.
And again, Waybo's the team that is supposed to be the one that's really good at starting engages, but JDG did a great job using the tools in their kits to deny any sort of those start fight initiations. Xiaohu got his hero's entrance blocked and canceled by Shun just jumping in and stunning him with his W, and that was a big cooldown that was not utilized in that last fight. Couldn't be coordinated with the Cataclysm of Tien, could have resulted in a massive swing, and that's a credit here for Shun, who didn't do a ton of damage in that fight, but definitely was very impactful in terms of the denying that he was able to accomplish.
And now a little bit of a wake-up call for Waybo Gaming, right? That this isn't just going to be plug and play, that actually JDG know how Waybo need to play this, as Pays stepping forward here. Has got his friends by his side, though.
Ooh, Crisp. That spellbook goes very useful as he's able to get away from that dredge line. Could have meant an ultimate pop or worse, as the equalizer comes over from Xiaoshu just to generate some pressure here on this mid lane tier 1. Going to be very close to going down with 3 grubs in the hands of JDG, but not going to be able to fully take it out. Crisp is looking aggressively to make sure that Pays doesn't go too far.
And importantly, it's about Scout. It's about making sure that he is getting gold in the side lane. That tier 1 turret mid on top side is their prize. This is the second turret that Scout has taken. That's 2 kills worth of gold that have been funneled into the Jindong Gaming mid laner, and especially with the first brick gold as well, a little bit extra going in there. This story of these mid laners, in these playoff series has actually been dominated by Xiaohu. He's the player who frequently gets the better of Scout in those big ticket matches. In game number 1 though, JDG, they're stopping that. They're saying that we are putting the gold onto Scout and giving him the tools to carry.
And this is, a big resurgence to form potentially for Scout at a critical time in JD Gaming season. So many times we have been critical of this player, Root, and it's not because we hate him or anything like that. It's just we expect so much out of a guy that's won a world championship and has been at the top of the LPL mid lane pool for the past decade at this point. And to see him have some of these underperformances, specifically being caught out in side lanes, has been a big concern for us. And so seeing him be able to take those 2 towers for free, be level 15 at 23 minutes with 2.5 completed items is a great sign for the start of this series.
And I will say this is the exact timing in which we usually see our laners get caught, these mid laners rather, get caught on sides. And so far that has not happened. It's a quintessential point of Xiaohu as well, as we do see that JDG now finally able to corral their forces into the mid lane. Scout comes in, shows a bit of face, and that mid lane tier 1 turret in the outer sweep. Those turrets have been secured by JDG, and for Waybo, it just feels like they're a little bit behind on anything, that they're not too sure how to go about taking these fights. Looking at those summoner spells once again, Scout still has flash, Pays still has flash. Xiaoshu's will be back up and ready by the time that this dragon spawns. And I just fear for how they can expect to take a team fight when they are so hemmed in being able, or so reliant on needing flashes to be down, but they're not making the plays to burn flashes.
Yeah, they've got to be very proactive over these next 20 seconds. Maybe try to burn one of those summoner spells early. And even if that doesn't happen, around a dragon fight, they got to be able to pick the fight that they want on their own terms. A little bit differently than what happened last time around, where JDG went 3 for nothing a little over 5 minutes ago. We'll see if that ends up being the case. The dragon has now spawned. Waybo once again have inner workings to the pit, but Joushu's going to come in with that second completed item in the Bloodletter's Curse straight to the mid lane and make sure that this is an even fight, 5v5.
Yeah, but trying to walk into this is even more difficult almost for Waybo because it's so telegraphed where their engage is going to come from. You'll see now that Xiaohu probably going to play a little bit of an off angle so that he doesn't get interrupted by any form of CC. Breathe looking for a flank, but Xiaoshu's marking this, and 4K on the dragon. This isn't going down too slowly.
Yeah, Tian's gonna have to pull the trigger soon if they want to try to steal this one away. Another Q smite is beautifully executed, and Shun will secure the second dragon of the game for JD Gaming. Dro goes in once again with that dredge line, but the headbutt pull from Chris does not connect. Now the equalizer comes on, and JDG can smell blood in the water as Waybo could be collapsed upon. Finally, the EQ comes in from Tien, not utilizing that Cataclysm just yet. He won't even be able to create the terrain before going down as Paige picks up the kill. Crisp is next to follow, and it's an all-out slaughter for now. Until Light finally picks up one, then two with the killer instinct before the shockwave from Scout will finish the job. It is a 5-for-2 ace for Waybo after giving, or for JDG I should say, as all of Waybo are done.
And you can see that this game hems on the fact that Light needs to be able to do damage. He needs his carry to be able to step up. But they can't. We're looking at Tien, we're looking at Xiaohu, and they just can't do the work. They can't buy the space, they can't buy the time. Breathe uses the in-between worlds here, and this is the cue. This is when Crisp, Tien, Xiaohu, they need to engage, they need to go. But now Breathe, he's left on his own out in front here, so he has to burn his flash to get out to safety. With no ulti, he can't get out of danger. And then as soon as this attempted re-engage from Xiaohu comes in, Tien knocked up by the depth charge, rooted by a hook, and before he can even land, he's taken down. The hero's entrance does a good job, and there's a triple knock up there as well. But Light, unfortunately, just not in the same position as his carries. He's dealing with the rumble, and it's just that mismatched timing. You can see that Scout knows exactly what it is that he needs to do. As long as he saves his shockwave for when the Kai'Sa goes in, there's no damage to follow.
The silver lining for Waybo is that Light was able to pick up a double kill at the end of things and now does have that third item in the Terminus. Gets you a little bit of extra resistances, gets you a little bit of a higher ability to penetrate through some of the front line that JDG have. But time's running out now for Waybo's composition. At least if JDG can continue the snowball. They've won 2 team fights in a row. Baron is now available, and that's definitely going to be their target, as it seems like every time they start to go for an objective, Waybo have trouble trying to deal with it.
And yeah, I mean, when they aren't starting it, it is even more difficult for Waybo. We got to see a couple of glimpses of that in the previous team fight, in the other dragons as well. Fortunately for Waybo, they don't have to really fight for a dragon for another 7.5 minutes or so. They can concede the third one, try to get a little bit more gold onto Light. Be curious to see whether or not he does round out into that Nash's Tooth, as we can get Nash's Tooth into Azonia's, give him a little bit of safety in this, but it's going to be really tricky for him to be the sole clutch player. Breathe, the player who's been honestly pretty standout for me on this Waybo roster when the team weren't necessarily picking up clutches. He was somebody doing the best that he could, more notably I would say on his Cassantes and on more typically frontline oriented picks, but they have been able to rely on the Aurora and onto their top laner more so. So would like to see that step forward and make sure that he can do that once again here. Finding it very difficult though.
By the way, that's called character development for Scout. That man would have died 4 times over into the side lane in a different world in the regular season. But it looks like this guy has been unlocked, has a little bit more of that presence of mind to not get caught out and stay alive, knowing that JDG have this lead. Hey, it's good to see out of one of the LPL's best mid laners ever. As I say that, no, it's a caster curse. The EQ comes in and Scout's in tremendous danger. He flashes away and will be able to survive. The hero's entrance comes through from Zhao just to protect Light. The equalizer is near burning him down, and he's immediately out of the picture as Breathe goes in with the Between Worlds. Already 1 kill into the hands of Chris. A 3-man Cataclysm, but there's no follow-up onto Tian's side as Shun picks himself up a double kill, and Scout ends up playing a masterful bait in that team fight.
The Seraph Shield, the Redemption, the Command Protect keep Scout alive. His flash had been saved through teamfight after teamfight, so he's able to bait in Waybo, and then they collapse. All 3 carries of Waybo are alive, but they've got no HP, no smite, and this is a simple secure for JDG, who will find themselves so happy at the fact that they've been able to leave their mid laner, dangle him out a little bit on some string. Light here, the one who thought that he was the one getting caught out. But then on this flip side, you can see CC is looking really good. Unfortunately, the second they fail on the timing, the layering of this, they lose out on Scout. He flashes out to safety. Jun comes in, finds a stun. There's a double knockup from Zhuo as well. And you can see this whole time, Scout just knows, I've done my job. All I need to do is recall, and then he can TP back in if necessary. But that is a masterful bait by the mid laner from JDG. And one of those reasons that we were talking about him getting all of the gold would be so important. And exactly that instance where he's able to use his level lead, use his advantage to stay alive and bait in all of Waybo.
And you could say that, you know, maybe if Scout wasn't as rich in that fight, could have ended up dying a little bit earlier. Maybe the Seraph's not available, maybe not another level, but hey, that's what you get for all the advantages that you're able to get in the side lanes this game. Getting those two towers, getting solo gold and XP for a tremendous amount of this game means that JDG are able to win their third straight team fight, have a 6,000 gold lead with Baron buff still in their hands for another 105 seconds. The tier 2s in both the mid and the bot lane have gone down, and it's inhibitors that are next on the menu. All in the meanwhile, Shun is picking up Chemtech soul point for his team.
Yeah, and there's no real contest from Waybo there. Maybe when the Drake goes down, they might try to find an engage, but you know, it's Pantheon with ulti, so it's going to be really tricky to find that window to make something happen. You can see Pace T-posing almost here.
Oh my goodness, Tian taken so low after just barely missing that EQ combo. Paze's face taking the Aurora damage and still not going down. The Equalizer almost burns down Breathe, and here comes Shun to finish everything off. Light dives in the back line, he takes down Zhuo, but will not anybody else. As JDG win yet another team fight, Breathe the only one left standing, and into the Nexus turrets they go. It should be JDG finishing off this game one, and not before they pad the KDAs just a little bit more. Breathe goes golden to try to keep himself alive, but he makes himself an easy target. But instead of going down, it is Shun who instead focuses his target onto the crystal that matters most. It's JDG taking game number 1 of this best of 5.
Coming out swinging here, JDG. Their composition a little bit more geared toward those 5v5s. They didn't have the greatest tools to deal with the dive that Waybo had, but fortunately, Waybo just never dove on them. They gave them the team fights that they were after, and that is a clinical game from JDG. I mean, big props to Paze in this series so far. Game number 1, he stands strong on that Corki. He knows he's got the Maw of Malmortius shield, he's got the protection of his team, he knows that everybody's going to come in swinging when that timer happens. And he was just standing literally in the face of pretty much the majority of Waybo. 4 members strong there. He just stood there, started auto-attacking, firing out spells, dodging Jarvan EQs, making sure that he's not getting comboed by Alistair. He was playing on the limits and did exactly what he needed to.
Fantastic game, I should say, overall for JDG. Paze and Scout, the 2 main carries, one of which has been a little bit more consistent than the other. Both came to play here to open up this best of 5. And for Waybo, a composition that we said going in was very easy to execute, had a lot of easy go buttons to set up a hyper carry. Never found what exactly they were looking for, and it really ended up showing around some of those big fights around Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about flash timers for so long in that game, and with good reason, because it never really felt like they got punished, never felt like they got utilized really at all. We're talking about, okay, Xiaoshu, he has no flash, let's go top, let's punish him. Okay, Scout now mid lane, he's got no flash, let's go mid, let's punish him. Never did that happen, and Waybo just sort of asleep at the wheel, it felt like. There was a really good dive that they made early on. There was a second play that they made that was really solid, but then after that, they just completely fell flat on their feet and didn't look to make these plays or didn't successfully find any of them. And JDG did a really good job at sort of moving Scout around the map, giving him gold. And then as soon as it came to those team fights, the Orianna, the Corki, the 2 pieces that they needed to perform did exactly that.
And what a difference that this is from the JDG that looks so inconsistent at times throughout. Obviously, there are still more games that they must win, but this is a very good start here for this squad who, again, have had high highs at points, but they've never been able to fully piece it together throughout the full course of a season, as that is why they're in this position right now as the 6th seed in Group Ascend, as a team that, you know, is likely going to be headed to that regional qualifier, that regional finals, unless they end up, of course, winning the split. But this is a good start for them here in this best of, in a series that a lot of us predicted Waybo to come out victorious in.
You predicted Waybo to come out on top of. I've got my chips in the JDG
All right,
basket. But no, I mean, you can get to see the issues rather with that damage composition or the damage profile really that we saw from Waybo. Yeah, the distribution looks quite nice, but looking at the stats and the numbers behind it, Light did 12k damage in this game, which is you know, peanuts in a 26-minute game, right? Like, you're looking for far more than that, whereas FaZe topping the damage charts, doing a massive amount of work on this Corki, really stepping into his own in game number 1 and sort of showcasing why I kind of feared for Waybo in this series. This disparity between the AD carries, I do just think, and I don't think anybody's going to fight me on this, that FaZe is significantly more consistent and overall a better AD carry than Light, and we need to see Light step up and try to match that, or at the very least give a little bit more to help make sure that the rest of his team, so that those areas of the map where we think that Waybo might have an advantage, can come out on top.
Somewhat a quiet game for FaZe, despite the fact that he ended up doing 26k damage, the most on his team by a long shot, and ultimately winning that last team fight for his team at the end of things. He was just very consistent. As you kind of mentioned, all the pieces ahead of him were doing their job, setting up engages, and you look at this team fight, for example. I mean, he's able to free fire for so long. Eventually gets, you know, taunted up by Xiaohu, but not before the damage was already done.
And the reason he's sort of free hitting and the reason he gets caught and taunted is because he knows the fight's over. He knows how that fight's broken down. Sort of 2 seconds into it, he knows, okay, I can tank a Galio taunt. We've already won this team fight. It really does not matter. And at that point, you know, when you've got that confidence, when you've got that ability to just walk up and do pretty much whatever you want in a team fight, it spells disaster for the enemy team, and especially when you are up against an AD carry like FaZe, who can take space like that and can recognize what it is that he can accomplish in a fight like that. This position, you know, most notably almost, where he's just standing in front of 4 people who can't get on top of him, it really does speak to the power that they had, or that FaZe had rather, in this match.
You see this final desperation fight and the Mob Malmortia shield doing a little bit at the end. There's that, you know, jack of all trades that you ended up shouting out there at the very end of it, as JDG finished this one off in just over 30 minutes time, taking a 1-0 lead over Waybo Gaming, the team that sent them down into the lower bracket back in split number 2. And I mean, now you look into the perspectives of this being a true fearless series, right? Waybo are going to have side select for this next game, but I feel like, you know, like Kaisa, you know, Alistar for Chris, those are 2 champions that I feel like you want to win with here for Waybo. The fact that they ended up knocking those out of the picture and didn't even end up getting a W definitely is going to hurt them for the remainder of this match.
And I do feel like this just isn't reminiscent of how we've seen Waybo come out on top in games. I think that their carries are Breathe and Xiaohu. I don't think that putting the stock into that bot lane is the way to go about it, despite the fact that, you know, it's a big pick for Light. And I don't disagree with this player of the game pick either. I think that FaZe, you know, despite the fact, like we say, that he didn't really have the loudest of games, 100% kill participation, the most damage on his team, he was an absolute standout.
Absolutely. I mean, you take a look at the amount of damage he was able to do, the amount of just beautiful spacing he was able to accomplish in all these fights. I mean, it was a couple of picks here for Waybo to start off the game, and then it was team fight win for JDG, team fight win for JDG, team fight win for JDG, game ending for JDG as they go up 1-0 in the series. I mean, it was very impressive from FaZe.
A very nice progression, honestly, from JDG, where we just sort of hoped that they would take a couple of fights. We didn't really know how they were going to go about taking the game, but they sort of set themselves up around objectives, put themselves in a good position to take some team fights, and they took those team fights, they won them, and then bosh, the game happened.
Now, we've seen JDG take game 1s of series before. It doesn't always end in a victory, so we'll see if Waybo is able to even things out when we come back from a short break. Hey, LPL fans, real quick, if you want to support us here on LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show, as opposed to a Twitch or YouTube subscription. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays us on-air talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to the Coffee. It is currently linked in the chat to get access to things like the ability to ask interview questions and early access to all the content that we put out here on the channel. That's it here for game number 1. We'll be right back in a few minutes to see if Waybo can even things up. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the two big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that.
Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have game number 2 about to begin between JD Gaming and Waybo. JDG took the first game of this series route. However, what we know about these two teams and these two mid laners going up against each other is it is always a close battle, and so we're expecting Waybo to come back firing now on blue side for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they've played, what, 40-plus games in recent years, and these two mid laners are still pretty darn close to one another in that game score. I think it's 22-21, something in that reign, to Xiaohu at the minute, who's coming out on top. And I think that most notably, right, like, that head-to-head is skewed a little bit in favor of Xiaohu when we look at important game series. Scout picking up a lot of those regular season game wins, but actually when we come to look at the playoffs, when we come to look at these important series, it tends to be Waybo and it tends to be Xiaohu who comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you think about World Semifinal or World's quarters from last split, the last split, or the last year, I should say, last split's playoffs where Waybo ended up winning against JDG in a 5-game series, and then yeah, just the list kind of goes on. And in some of these more important games, it's Waybo that actually do end up coming out on top. But, for Waybo and for JDG, it's not just the ability to, feel good about yourself going into the regional finals. It's, if you win this series, you get to move on and potentially have the chance to go on a lower bracket run. Who knows what the consistency of IG or AL looks like? And then after that, who knows? Maybe a championship could be in the works. Obviously, a long road to get there, but you have to remember that these are competitors. That's what they're fighting for at the end of the day.
And I think as well, importantly, that these two teams feel like they are decidedly and were decidedly the 5th, 6th teams from the split, right? Where we have IG who have broken into that top 3, making it a top 4, with AL, BLG, and Top Esports who have been that quintessential trio almost for this entire year. Now with IG in Split 3 looking like the super team that they were always supposed to be, it feels pretty good that they've been able to have that rise. JDG and Waybo have seemingly been this duo of teams that haven't really hit that same marker. One of them is going to end up being top 4 in this year, and I think if for example, we see another AL upset, right? Let's theory craft a little bit. If AL win the next series, we could very well see a rematch and very well see a takedown once again, and then we're pushing into top 3 terms.
Yeah, it's just one game at a time, one series at a time, and that's what Waybo kind of have to do at this point now that they are down in the series, obviously. And for both the mid laners, again, we talked about Scout having a great game. Felt like Xiaohu was a bit shut out. Partly, contributed to the champion that he was on in the Galio that really needs other, players and other champions to kind of be involved with him. But we'd like to see some more out of Xiaohu here. Punch back a little bit against Scout in this legendary matchup.
Yeah, I do think that the way that I've seen Waybo succeed is through Breathe and through Xiaohu. It's those solo laners popping off and stepping up into team fights that gives them the advantages. Maybe Breathe on a side lane, maybe it's Xiaohu who's contributing massively to a team fight on a control mage on a carry that he can go on and go crazy with. Right? I'm thinking Talia's, I'm thinking Victor's, where we've seen him time and time again perform very, very well. And it feels like Xiaohu, not given the reins to be able to do that on a Galio, is half of the reason that we tend to see Waybo falling.
Yeah, and maybe some more agency this game. I know that we've also seen Xiaohu play some very interesting stuff, especially as we get to the back half of these 5-game series. Things like Morgana and Twisted Fate have shown up. TF for both of these mid laners, actually, is one that I'm kind of hoping we get to see as we get later on into this one. Probably not in game 2, as there's still a lot of meta stuff here on the board, but would love to see Xiaohu really be able to perform. It seems like he does best on champions that have a little bit more agency in the laning phase. Things like the Talia and the Rise, where they're able to go out and influence other parts of the map.
Yeah, and maybe the theory is that Galio can do that, but you sacrifice so much of your late game power just to just be a melee CC bot effectively, and hopefully if we can find something like that Rise Talia that you've already highlighted, that's a way that we can get to see that nice middle ground for Xiaohu, and maybe he can step into a more carry oriented role as the players are back on stage. Draft for game number 2 not going to be too far away whatsoever, and for me, JDG, they should be very happy with how they started out this series, and if they can continue to just take these death ball compositions where hand for hand Paze is going to be able to clear light. Most expected that Xun probably got the better of Tien as well. We're maybe going to see that as a way to success for JDG.
Well, let's do it. Game number 2, obviously with Waybo dropping that first game, they will move over to blue side as basically everybody does at this point. Would not be surprised if Yunar remains on the ban table for either red side team for the foreseeable future, as it just is very powerful at the current moment. But we're seeing a lot of the other picks actually retain the bans on the teams, not the sides. Azir being banned away from Scout, and Tian not going to get that Kiana for the second game in a row.
Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes out for the remainder of these red side bans, and I feel like this is something that we've seen at least in the split 3 for the most part, as looks like Waybo ended up missing a ban there. We'll see if that ends up getting cleared, or if they, you know, end up just not clicking their buttons in time, so they lose out for it.
Wow.
Either way, though, double AD carry bans coming out from JDG, so the Sivir B1 off the board. We'll see if there's a couple of junglers that they might like. Again, still the plethora of mid laners that these two teams can take if they want to. Talia, Ryze, Annie still open as well.
I feel like normally when we see miss bans, it comes with a remake a lot of the times. I was surprised that we actually are going to keep rolling, but it seems like that is on the table as Waybo seemingly just making a small mental mistake after already being down 1-0 in this series. It's going to be Xiaohu's Talia, which we mentioned can be very strong and something that he is very good at. But yeah, we'll see what JDG have to match up against it. The Annie for Scout would be a pretty good answer.
Again, still got things like the Gwen available. You've got your pick of junglers as well. I don't expect them to match mid lane here just yet. As we see the Xayah locked in, it might just be Xayah Rakan here for Paze and Zhuo. Give them a really good, powerful bot lane duo to try and play out this game with. Maybe theorizing that this Vi gets locked in, but now they've sort of prevented Tien from going for Vi, unless they want to try and focus somewhere else on the map.
Maybe it could be an option for Xun here on that third pick as we continue to wait to see what Waybo do want to play. Obviously, JDG picked the Pantheon in game number 1. That means that Pantheon to Leo combo that we saw quite often at the start of the split will not be available this game specifically. Light's Ezreal, though, has been something that he's been able to have some high success on, and so excited to see him play that one as they're going full poke lane in response to the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I like that. It's a pretty typical answer, right? The Ezreal outranges the Xayah. The Xayah can get poked out quite easily by the Karma as well as Ezreal. It means that Pace definitely going to have a much more tricky time of things. And I mean, it might even... I hesitate to say it, so we'll wait for it a little bit. But Pace going to struggle to get auto attacks down in this game. So we'll see if he's able to augment his build path to reflect that. JDG, though, sticking tried and true here with this 5v5 style of composition. We know that Xayah in the late game is going to do damage, and Annie as well to set up for that. Still feel like they're missing out on a little bit of damage that they might need. So looking at Xiaohu here to see maybe if he can get his hands on his Renekton. Maybe we get to see Xun on a bit of a carry jungler as well. But Waybo Gaming here with this poke, with this early game, would like to see them go for a jungler who's nice and aggressive, nice and mobile early on, to really try to leverage these hopefully pushing lanes and hopefully try to make the most of what should be a very winning bot side.
Because when you lock yourself in Annie in the mid lane for Scout, it gives you a lot of aggressive options here for Xun. Things like the Xin Zhao are still available as well. Maybe that is why JDG go for a Trundle ban here in the second phase. Still a lot of options, of course, still on the table for both of these players. And, you know, towards the top side of the map, where we're still waiting to see a response. Curious to see what we see out of Breathe as well. This is a guy that was making all-pro ballots as recently as last split for us here on the LPL English broadcast, but has not necessarily had the same level of success full through here in split number 3, and another player that is going to have to step up a little bit if they both want to win the series and also, you know, continue to go on that Worlds run.
Yep, again, to reiterate, I do think that the power of Waybo lies in their solo laners. I do think that Breathe may be the most consistent part of Waybo through this split. Xiaohu a close second, maybe more standout performances from Xiaohu, but equally lower lows as well. Whereas Breathe just seems to be that player who never really seems to be the reason that they lose the game, and occasionally finds reasons that they can be the victors as well. Looking at the rest of these bans, though, Poppy taken off the board, Sion taken off the board. Again, looking at maybe some of those more Stonewall top laners that allows for a Breathe Yorick to come in. Maybe looking for that carry style of top side. We've still got Gwen a pick that's been largely left by the wayside in this series so far. Maybe that's the pick that Xiaohu will look for.
Talked about that Renekton a little bit earlier on, and definitely something that he's been comfortable on throughout the season. Full comfort here, potentially? No, it looks like instead there is that Vi, and you can point and click onto the Ezreal, and you will follow him throughout the Arcane Shift and everything. Question is whether you want to do that or not is another one, but we'll see what Xun can do.
there is a timing, right? Like, you know how you can buff a Tristana rocket jump with blitz hooks? You can buff a Vi ulti with Ezreal. So there is a timing there where you can actually get out of the Vi ult, and especially if you're near terrain, you can make your way out of that Vi ulti and buy a little bit of space. I'm not particularly sold on this Vi just yet, especially since if you're having to go through an Unraveled Earth, that's going to make your life even harder to get onto that backline and really perform and do that damage that we're looking at. I do like this idea, though, from Waybo. We talked about this in the first round of picks. They've got really winning bot sides. They've got very aggressive, very pushing lanes. Leverage that. Find a jungler who can make the most of that. And Xin Zhao does this exact job where we can look to put the Vi in the dirt. We can look to punish early on. And I mean, I think that Waybo here, if they can get off to a slight early lead, they should be able to run away with this game. JDG round out their composition with Vi Cassante. I'm looking at the damage in this game, Grapes, for JDG, and it's so heavily focused onto the Xayah that if FaZe ever gets shut down, if he gets taken out by a Renekton flash stun, by a little bit of damage coming through from the Xiao Hu combo, this game could just be over before it even starts.
Another composition very much reliant on FaZe, but you know, if you're gonna rely on one player on JDG, that is who I would put my cards into. A lot of setup around this Xayah pick in particular, and you know, as Xayah, you have a lot of opportunities to escape some of these engages that you already discussed, like a Renekton, a Taliyah, or a Xin Zhao. But I agree with you. The top side of Waybo's composition going to be very strong. The bot lane's going to be able to push out early on. The first 8 to 15 minutes of this game are going to be very interesting to see what Waybo do, because they decided to play things on the slower side last time around, and it did not work for them very well.
They don't have that luxury this time. I do think that if we get to 30-40 minutes and we reach that at parity, it's then going to be this Xayah comp that probably comes out on top. There are some good elements of peel here. There are good ways to get the Xayah to safety between Rakan Redemption, Molten Shield, the Cassante being able to take somebody off of you as well. There are plenty of tools to keep FaZe alive, but if FaZe can't do the damage, that doesn't necessarily matter. And I think that getting this Xayah in the dirt early is the name of the game for Waybo.
Still a lot of series left to be played, but if Waybo can execute their game to draft correctly, could be looking at this one getting evened up and, you know, making JDG sweat a little bit. But if not, hey, we could see this one be a little bit of a quicker night as JDG looking to pull off this upset here in game number 2 of the lower bracket quarters.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Level 1 setup here.
Could be a stun into the brush here. Scout takes W level 1.
Who does get stunned up, combined with that grand entrance. That's already a flash from the Taliyah. It could just be his doom anyway, as FaZe will finish off first blood. However, Tien has jumped in as well. Try to finish off a little bit more on the Scout, but it's a 5v4. Waybo do not have a response. That is an easy kill to JDG to start things off.
It's like they're listening to me, Grapes. How do you win this game? It's get gold onto FaZe. How do Waybo lose this game? It's if FaZe gets fed and they can't kill him, well, guess what happens? Immediately, first blood goes to the Xayah now. Does look like they're actually all able to get back to base, and I think the bot lane will be able to get out in time. Scout going to have to teleport so that he doesn't miss experience. That's really a bit of an important detail there, as it means that now no TP in the mid lane means that Xiao Hu can take some pretty wild trades up against the Annie, and especially when you take W level 1, it really does hamper your trading capabilities.
Fascinating way to open up this second game here, Rude. Is now FaZe going to get himself an early kill, just coming at the cost of Ghost. Going to very much be happy with that. Looks like Light and Crisp are already going to have priority in this 2v2 anyway. Now with the brown bag boots, FaZe can maybe dodge away from some of these skill shots a little bit better and, you know, get off to the races a little bit more.
Yeah, making sure that you're able to get away from the minions that the Karma's going to try to queue, making sure that you're not getting hit by these Mystic shots, definitely a little bit more likely, but you can see that this should be a rough laning phase down in the bot side for JDG. Waybo's goal is to try to punish the fact that this Xayah Rakan were taken blind and hopefully be able to do better things with it.
But not here at the start, obviously. As you know, looks like the early push is still coming in. FaZe and Joe were also late to lane because of the fact that they reset and, you know, got a couple of items, the boots specifically for FaZe. So just now is the Xayah hitting level 2. You take a look at some of the win-loss records, and very curiously, the Xin Zhao for Tien looks like it didn't actually have a lot of wins on its book. So, you know, very curious way that this draft is kind of, you know, reticulated so far.
And I think that that's a little bit of a symptom of Tien almost, where I feel like his split has been defined by his inability to successfully close games out. There have been a lot of games where he's been taking off and starting out really, really strongly, and they're going to need that in this game here. But where he's stepped a bit too far forward, cost his team potentially the match itself by just stepping into a spot where he's not allowed to, by being in a position that isn't mandated by how his team are playing. And now Jun actually able to complete this cross clear. We can see that on this top side, he's first one to that bot side or to that next grab. But you can see down on this bot lane here, Grapes, it's looking pretty disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, the kill's going to feel nice. However, losing a bunch of CS under tower will not. And with Tien here on the bottom side, makes it very difficult for JDG to push forward at all. I think a dive would be very much an aggressive play, and I don't think that will I don't think that's going to happen. And especially because the ward is going to be spotting out Tien here. Canceled there, Waybo. Nice job. But yeah, the pressure is going to continue to mount and mount, as you can already see the 5 CS lead existing in light side.
And I mean, if you're looking at this from the way that the bot lane are being played out, I'm loving what Crisp has just done there. Pulled the wave so that he makes sure and sort of ensures that this wave crashes into his own AD carry. You can see he loses out on 2 melee creeps worth of experience, where we'd like to think that Paze is probably going to lose out on a lot more when he goes back to base. You can see Jun's even here so that they can actually crash this wave, and even in a 3 versus 2, they might fancy their chances, I'm going to be honest.
I mean, the poke is just ridiculous at this point, and Zhuo's already below half HP. Might even try to maybe hold the wave here for a little bit. No, they will eventually let it get to under the turret, at least some of it. But yeah, nice denial so far from Waybo's bot lane. They're going to have to keep it up, though, as this game continues to go, because already Paze does have those Berserk Greaves and will continue to be the primary carry in this game for his team.
Of course, Renekton versus Cassante, we saw this matchup. I think this was the 2024 special almost, where we got to see these two teams, or 2 top laners. Pretty much every single game on the Rift before we had Fearless, and Flash in mid lane.
The Zhao Shu going to be followed up here by that
another flash.
Sean. There's a ton of CC onto the flashless Talia, and that's an easy kill picked up for JDG. Paze and Zhuo rotating to the mid lane off of their base instead of going back down towards light are going to be able to claim another kill for themselves.
And JDG did what Waybo couldn't. They capitalized on the fact that there was no flash on a target. Xiaohu's flash just now coming back up. They commit 3 summoner spells to taking down the Talia in the mid lane, but they get the kill, importantly. It's another little bit of gold into Paze's pocket, who's walked straight his way towards the Berserker boot so that he can get around the map a little bit faster, free himself from this bot lane torture that he's in. And you hope to see that from here, the life for the Xayah probably going to get a little bit better.
We'll see. I mean, right now, Light has been just hammering away at that turret. Already has a plate for himself and as well as CS lead. But yes, rotating Paze and Zhuo out of that lane is going to be helpful. As you see, Zhuo getting hit a little bit there by Tien. And, you know, with the bot lane rotated mid, should be easy priority for the Dragon on Waybo's side, which is a small respite that they will be able to collect.
And you're sort of looking, you're hoping as well that in the interim, Waybo are able to find some semblance of stability, because they've lost 2 kills now. They're really struggling almost to get this game off the ground, and that's what we need from them here. They've got this early game aggressive composition where they need to use that level 6 from the Talia to make plays happen, where they use the early game of Ezreal Karma to push an advantage, but so far the gold between the AD carries is dead even. The gold overall is a little bit favoured for JDG. He's even walking in to try and utilise this early game Xin Zhao, but he's also down in gold.
See Waybo finally trying to make a play here. Xiaohu goes in with the Weaver's Wall to try to contest this second spawn of the blue buff, but Sun is able to pick it up anyway. And now it's the thing here with Waybo's composition that we talked about in the draft route. They have pushing lanes, they have strong champions in the early game, but they have not been able to find any kills off of it so far.
It really does feel like JDG were just sort of, they made this play on the exact time that they knew that Xiaohu's flash was going to come back up, where they sort of committed so many people there and said, look, this Talia's got no flash, we'd be foolish not to try and take her down, and they finally did make that happen. It's about looking forward though, and what's going to come next? Well, we've got the Grubs in 10 seconds time spawning up in this top side, and Looking out at that minimap once again. TP from one side. I've got a TP coming in. I've got walking out to the top lane as well from Zhuo. This is looking like all hands on deck for the Grubs as well.
However, we do see Tien in the area, and finally Light actually going for a reset. As here we go, onto the top side of the map. Xiaoshu, I don't think he had mana to go all out, and that could be a bit of a concern as Breathe pops to Dominus. If Xiaoshu had enough for that R button, he would have sent him underneath the tier 1 turret. Instead, it is Breathe surviving with his flash still up, with Tien now starting off the Grubs.
And no TP for Xiaoshu either means that he probably can't get back to this play in time. He's going to have to walk his way out the long ways, and Waybo Gaming actually should be quite happy with how they find themselves in this current position. They're going to take 2, probably get all 3 of these Grubs without actually any sort of contest. It doesn't look like they're losing out anything bot lane. They even get push in mid lane, so
wow.
A really big win for Waybo here.
A big break for Waybo Gaming there. It seemed like JDG were in prime position to get pressure around those Grubs, starting off with the kill on to Breathe. But 10 mana, I believe it was the difference for Xiaoshu to prevent sending that Renekton straight over the wall right into their bot lane's arms. And with him surviving, and it meant that Shun wasn't able to do much afterwards, and that those are the Grubs going over to Waybo. That's going to be really big pushing power later on in this game.
And maybe even through the early parts of this game as well. We talked about the fact that they need to start snowballing, they need to find these plates. They've got 5 minutes now to farm a little bit of extra gold, use this Ezreal Karma to hopefully try and put an advantage down in those structures. I really think that having Light in the mid lane is probably costing them quite a little bit here. They don't get as much time to push out that wave, and especially without Karma by his side, Light here, not necessarily vulnerable, but he definitely can't push as fast, can't make the most of these Grubs. You can see that where they can is with Chris down on the bot side. Xiaohu pushes away very quickly. A little bit of extra damage from the Karma, maybe enough to try to find the burst onto Scout, but everybody's just recalling, and if Waybo take the Grubs and do nothing with them, then JDG can just be happy that nothing's happened.
JDG, man, night and day kind of throughout the playoffs. Sometimes they look like this, other times, who knows, you go 5 games against Edward Gaming, but when this team is at its full force, who knows what potentials can exist here with this squad of 5. It feels like we have not seen them fully hit their stride for an extended period of time. But hey, you see a team like JDG starting to deliver. You see what BLG has been able to do ever since Beishuan has been slotted back in. After so much time of us being worried about what the LPL was going to look like, it seems like now a lot of teams are fully locking in for the postseason.
And we'd hope so as well. I mean, looking at the fact that we have international looming as well, and I went to MSI to go and see how AL would do, and they looked so good, but the fact that they're in the lower bracket already either speaks to the fact that the LPL can contend at these international events, and hopefully we see one of these 2 teams there with them, or that the overall curve of our split has been a little bit weaker and on that downward trend. But I mean, looking at this series and how well we look at this JDG composition, I feel like the players, Pays not making it to an international is a massive deal just as an outright point.
I mean, it was last year, right, when this team had 5 different players, but still, the level of expectation that was on that super team that was formed, only for them to get upset by Waybo in that 5-game series. And they were a team that really nobody believed in terms of qualifying for that World Championship. And so, obviously, not the same players, but, Pays trying to do what Ruler couldn't here on this roster is a fun storyline. And, of course, the organization, who has such a high level of expectations for success, is going to want to make it back to Worlds. And there's has not found a ton of success, at least so far, but it'll all be remedied if they're finally able to break things open and make it there as either that 3rd or 4th seed.
Second dragon of the game here for JDG as they look to start it up and find their first neutral objective in this match. Waybo, though, sniffing around.
Yeah, takes it down, and now Zhuo could be in a little bit of trouble, but a really nice quickness, and he's going to turn the engage right back onto Light. He already had to use both of his summoner spells, but the Ezreal is alive, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu is getting caught out, now 1v5 into the midst of Waybo's composition. Gets Seismic shoved back, but there's no Unraveled Earth to stun him up, and so the Xante is going to live for now as JDG now trying to retreat. Pays, though, with a flash into the Blade Caller, is going to lock down 2, and the Timbers will take down Tien. All right, after 1-0 in favor of JD Gaming, but Breathe is still very healthy, still able to heal up very nicely as Xiao Shu's looking to chase down Chris. In goes Zhuo, but he will go to his doom, and 3-man and Topo strikes come out from Xiao Shu. It's an all-out brawl in the bottom lane, and JDG are dropping still, but Xiao Shu jumps forward. Pathmakers onto Light, and it's a 4v3 with only Xiao Shu standing for Waybo.
Xiaohu's looking though, he's got no mana, goes onto the Unraveled Earth, he will fall, and it's an ace for JDG. They take down all 5 members of Waybo, our first fight of the game, and it's another one that JDG take.
On the slimmest of margins, but an ace nonetheless for JD Gaming as their advantage continues to grow. As we need to take another look at that one, Rude, because there were so many little intricacies there that we could talk about. Ultimates were saved for the perfect moments. Pays had a beautiful flash, but it starts here with a really nice crescent guard from Tian to try to separate things, and Zhuo able to get out of it very nicely.
And not just get out of it either, he burns double sums from Light. He gets the cleanse out of him. Flash burned a little bit earlier as well. But this whole time, Xiao Shu buying so much time, so much space on the Cassante, actually doing this tanking thing very, very well. Flash is right at the end, Summon a Heal comes through. But it's this chase that JDG think they're on the losing side of until Pays turns it back around. Flash on Tien, low HP onto Crisp as well. And again, it's credit to Breathe for trying to do so much work, do what he can, but I really like the heads-up play from Jun as he flashes in, but we're fighting once again on live.
Yeah, stun onto Xiao Shu already. Tian popping the Crescent Guard to knock back the Cassante, but it's going to be Tian himself who gets sent right to his doom. As Shun will pick up yet another kill off of an aggressive invade from Waybo altogether.
Well, Light did get the blue buff, however, it cost them his jungler's life, so you can decide whether or not you think that's worth it or not, whether Tien goes for a little wander to see if he can pick up that blue himself. We will wait and see. What can JDG do with this time, though? 20 seconds until that Herald spawns, maybe get some vision down on that top side, but, I mean, I'm looking as well. I'll just quickly have a little play with some of our tools here. Shout out to our producer, Kai, for this. Taking a quick look, we've got wards all the way here already, down on that bot side, and there's not really anything that we need to be worried about as JDG walk on in.
Meanwhile, JDG, yeah, right here onto Chris. As you mentioned, another kill
All
is
the
picked
vision.
up as Pays is the one to go on a killing spree here. Seismic Shove does not land onto Shun, but here comes Breathe with the Dominus already popped. One more auto is going to take down Shun, but it's going to come at the cost of Light once again as the bot lane for Waybo Gaming is already out of the picture. Zhuo has to dodge away from the Seismic Shove, should be able to get on out of this one nicely. And JDG get another 2 kills, their jungler's down, which means it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get the Rift Herald.
Because they've got this pre-existing vision, they know exactly who they're walking into. There were 3 people and 3 wards that they had got Waybo scouted out on. They take down Chris, they're able to take down Light off the back of this as well. And that just extends that gold lead even further. Now Scout, though, he's the focus.
I guess Weaver's wall cut out, but Xiaohu's taking a lot of damage in response, and Breathe does not find a stun until right about now. The tether lands from Chris, but Xiao Shu is helping and doing the work to make it at least for 1-for-1, and he's still going all out. A 3-man Q3 is going to set up beautifully for Pays, who's going to clean house here in the fight and pick himself up a double kill with another one going to Xiao Shu as well.
Xiao Shu played this fight incredibly. He hops over to keep Scout alive for as long as possible. Triple and Tofu Strike sets up for the Pays call, and it's a massive route from him as well. This JD composition is thriving on all cylinders in game number 2, Grapes. They had a standout game number 1, and now in this game number 2, where fighting seems to be a bit more prevalent, they are coming out swinging.
6-0-6. 4 Pays on the Xayah with Zhuo and the Rakan by his side. As we take a look at this replay, Scout maneuvering this fight rather well, but it was Xiao Shu the one to buy so much space for him.
Yeah, it's about giving him that shield first of all. Crisp and Xiaohu, importantly. Xiaohu can't step forward to do damage to the Annie until that ulti from Xiao Shu has been utilized. Then you can see he's just doing so much damage. That Omnivamp that comes through, turning himself into the Bruiser from the All Out. He's just so powerful. Able to constantly heal, Grass Procs coming in as well, and you know the Cassante memes can reign true for even longer.
Yeah, maybe 300 years here on this one, as the Rift Herald has now been popped in the mid lane. JDG opening their gold lead up to 4,000, soon to be 5. As that tier 1 is taken out, they're going to send Shun down towards the bottom lane, where Scout has been caught out a little bit, Breathe rather low, but he will end up picking up that kill onto the Annie. So Scout finally getting caught out a little bit, but it's all a setup, as in comes Shun with the Rift Herald. Not going to hit the tower, but will hit the Renekton instead to make it a 1-for-1 extended on the bottom side.
Drake is live hit, but you can see that JDG, they want more from the play than just the Dragon. looking for this tier 1 turret, looking to once again complete that outer turret sweep. Look at the top lane though. Xiao Hu is in that top lane, split pushing, securing himself hopefully a tier 2 turret to get gold onto their mid lane. He's 2-4-2 in this game, but with those grubs, you'd like to think he can work his way through it, but Jun's here.
So a scout got picked off on the bottom side. Xiao Hu in some trouble up top. Xun with that Conqueror proc still has that ultimate available, then will use the cease and desist. It's all too easy here for the JDG jungler as Xiao Hu goes down for the 5th time this game.
2 items, Jun is an absolute fiend, and there's no chance that just a Seraphs on Xiao Hu has got the ability to take down this fight. Scout here using Phase Rush to kite out the Renekton beautifully. Gets a little bit baited in, thinking he can go for the kill, and that Dominus proc into Tien walking forward does end up signing his own death sentence. A little bit awkward as we see both of the supports missing Redemption wildly, but does sort of keep the fight a little bit more interesting as Jun's able to come in once again, one round of the Renekton, and I think that this Vi actually a massive menace here.
Okay. I was going to say maybe some bad habits for him for Scout. He will be able to live there with the help of the Spellbook Teleport from Zhuo. The Dragon, the second one, I should say, picked up for JDG in contrast. As they're up now 10 kills, almost 5,000 gold. And the Otacon hasn't even spawned yet. I mean, this is domination from JDG against a composition in Waybo's Brood that, again, wanted to do some stuff in the early game, but just never found the right opportunity.
No, exactly, and I do want to highlight that this composition for Waybo can still function. As this game gets later, the more the composition from JDG relies on Pays. So if they can kill him, great. The second, though, that they fail to do that is the second that this game gets really, really difficult for them.
Haven't done it yet, and I don't know if they'll be able to, because Pays is particularly powerful at this point in the game. 2.5 items already for him. For that, likely an Infinity Edge second, unless we go for some other iteration of a build. Regardless, this guy's going to be very hard to kill. I mean, there's not a ton of point-and-click CC, as you talked about in the draft, and as soon as one of those stuns comes out, he can use his Featherstorm. He has Zhuo to help peel for him. Very good protect the Xayah composition that JDG have.
Atacon now down on this bot side, and we will see if they can protect Pays, as he does miss a cannon minion there, so -1's in the chat for that one, but I think that for JDG, they are so far ahead that just ripping any objective seems like the right idea. Any fight is a good fight. They can always have mid prio when the Atacon's so far down. They can also always get bot prio, and you can see Jun's already half HP Xiao.
He's a level up on the Talia right now. That's how powerful Xun has become in this game, or maybe how weak Xiao Hu is at this point. You see now the tier 2 getting taken down rather low, and the Otacon continuously going to be a threat as JDG starting it without Xun even being in the area.
Yeah, they're just playing this game of tug of war almost, where they're just looking to see, okay, let's pull Waybo this way, and then the second they come on over, we'll start to do the Atacon, and it's simple, but it's really well managed by JDG here. Shot Barrage goes through as sort of a passing glance almost to see if they could try to take a steal, not successful in that venture. Flash burned by Xiao Hu as well, we did see that in the picture-in-picture. Well played by Jun, who is on this Vi having a monster performance in game number 2.
And you could talk about, again, just, it's not against any specific team really, right? But Xun just wanting to be able to prove himself, was on BLG last year, had gotten replaced multiple times actually in a row. And here on this JDG team, a fresh start, he's been the starter the entire year. And we feel like has been rather consistent. It's just the rest of his team has not been at times, and so seeing him perform at such a high level at this point in this series, against a team that was at Worlds just a year ago, definitely very promising and exciting to see out of a player like Xun.
And I do want to sort of draw your attention to the mid lane once again as sort of a running trend for this series, that for the last few years it has been Xiao Hu who's getting the better of Scout in these big ticket matches. This is a do or die series in the grand finals for these two organizations. Yes, there's still a shot at Worlds for both of them, but importantly they would like to get their hands on a trophy and like to put themselves in another chance to face up against AL or IG, whoever it is in the rest of the lower bracket, continue this run. For the time being, though, it's Scout looking to pave the way for a new narrative to come through in the battle of these two legendary LPL mid laners. as previously he'd been the one who'd been losing out in this matchup. Game number 2, he's put himself on Annie duty, a mid laner who so frequently finds herself behind the curve, but even in that spot, he's up in levels, might not be up in gold, but looks like he's doing absolutely fine in this game and in game number 1 as well.
He doesn't need to be up in head. He doesn't have to be up in gold in this game. He's Annie. He just throws down the Tibbers, uses the Malignant Stun, and allows for Shun to jump in, and then pays to do the dirty work in the back line. I mean, I think Scout kind of perfectly doing what this Annie has to do with this composition. As yeah, overall, JDG finding some success with their mid laner this time around. Interesting point that you bring up there in this matchup between the mid laners, Rude. Xiaohu and Scout, you think of them as these true titans in the mid lane of the LPL. You know, the international champions twice for Xiaohu, once for Scout, but it was at Worlds. But it's been a while since they've lifted the domestic trophy. It was back in 2021 summer when Scout won with EDG, 22 spring when Xiaohu won with RNG. Almost 3 years for both of these you know, legendary players to lift the trophy, and only one of them is going to have the opportunity to keep that dream alive in this split specifically by the end of it.
And as we broach 24 minutes, we've got a dragon spawning in 8 seconds time. You can see that Jun really not too fearful at all. Stepping onto the Renekton, who of all the champions, maybe the one that the Vi gonna struggle to dice with the most, but Drake has spawned. There's a 5k gold lead for JDG, I expect. They should just be able to take this, but Waybo, you can see them sniffing around as well. Do they want to take this fight? Surely not.
No. The dragon's already gone. No need to make a bad situation worse, since Light might have just done so. He has to use the cleanse and shift away, prevent Scout from laying down the teddy bear on his head. And so it will be Waybo just ceding over Infernal Soul Point to JDG.
I mean, it's a good cleanse, but why are we there in the first place? You have to connect with your team if you want to try and walk up to try and find fights, but no, he doesn't have that. Tien, though, walking into Jun.
Maybe a potential catch here. Breathe actually popping the Dominus to try to just close the gap onto Shun, but unable to find a stun onto anybody, and that's just a wasted R button here for Breathe. But it will be Shun flashing away as a cost, so not the worst situation in the world. That's going to be a pretty important summoner spell for Shun.
Yeah, Pays Ghosted as well. That's a really big tool for a hyper carry. To not have that Ghost up and ready in these fights is a pretty big deal, but you can see the Baron now live. Zhuo here, ready to try to start this fight off. Xiaohu nice and high on HP. Maybe he can be the one to make the difference.
Tien getting knocked up, then cease to desist onto him. Already has to pop the Crescent Guard with Light now just joining the fight, but it's already going to be before his jungler goes down, as Shun is going to pick up the first kill, and Pays is flashing into the back line of Waybo Gaming. Already a double kill into the Vi's hands, and that should be an easy team fight win right as the Baron spawns.
And there's just no way for Waybo to take these fights. Their composition thrived in the early game, but they're down 5k gold. We're 25 minutes into this one. Xiaohu's diving.
All out onto Light, who, remember, doesn't have a cleanse available just yet. He's able to use the flash. He shifts over the wall, and he's at 1 HP in his own jungler, and so is Scout. But finally, Topo Strikes will take it down this Ezreal from the hands of Xiaoshu, as JDG able to have their cake and eat it too. They win a fight mid, they get the tier 2, and pick up the Baron, all on the same sequence.
Yeah, and that cake's after a nice 4-course meal as well. They've just been eating so good so far in this series, Grapes, where they take the Baron. They're going to be able to walk down mid lane, crack open that inhibitor, maybe work on those tier 2 turrets to accelerate that gold lead once again. But for JDG, they're just doing everything right. This is the dive in that mid lane. It's a good buffer by Light, yes, but he leaves himself out in the lurch. Gets flashed on by Xiaoshu, who, as a Cassante, we all know can easily 1v1 AD carries, and you know that Light, as soon as he spots Scout there, he knows that his retreat path that way isn't possible, and even though he tries to pen himself into the red buff, maybe get one more arcane shift, it's just not possible. He goes down, and now Zhuo, he takes about half his HP, but he'll be able to regen that back up.
And right now, the Rift is JDG's oyster. They can do whatever they want across the map. They're going to break open this bot lane tier 2, try to sync up both the waves in bot and mid to start getting into the inhibitors, getting into the base of Waybo Gaming for the second time in just a couple of hours. And after this Baron despawns, Rude, it's going to be the Soul, the Infernal Soul, up for JDG. It's a perfect opportunity for them to match up these sequences really nicely if they're able to play this one out correctly, as it's just been a clinic from them here this game.
It's all about how they can look to close out this game, force it to game number 3 nice and easily. I mean, 10k gold lead almost at this point. It's not looking anywhere near competitive for Waybo. I do think this is just a case of dotting the I's and crossing the T's for JDG. I don't really see a way back into this game for Waybo. Their tools in terms of getting onto the backline are just so muted, and the way they've not shown it so far this game, I doubt it'll happen.
And Breathe just gets caught out before anything begins, but a really nice seismic shot from Zhao, who's going to be able to take down Zhuo. It's a 1-for-0 already for Waybo, but Paze is still at full HP, still untouched, nearly taken down. Breathe, finally the Feather Storm comes out, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao eventually dropping. Shun has the Guardian Angel pop, but look at what Paze is able to do. Tibbers comes out from Scout, and here comes Paze. He takes down Light, he takes down everybody. A quadra kill for the Xayah, and only Zhao who remains.
And Zhao falls as well. Another massive fight from the JDG AD carry. 10-0 and 9. Game number 2 firmly in their sights.
That was the best shot that Waybo were going to have all game, but they forgot about one person, the single biggest threat on JDG's side all season long, and his name is Paze. Quadra kill to end the game, and a quadra kill to send JD Gaming to match point over Waybo.
And talk about playing to the limits, Grapes. This guy was probably 10, 15 HP. He finds just the right amount of damage, spacing just appropriately so the Renekton can't get on top. So there's no Karma Q to take him down, so that the Ezreal doesn't quite have enough damage in the tank to finish off that job. But JDG sending themselves to 2-0 off the back of, once again, another flawless performance from Paze. This is the AD carry that they signed up for. This is who we were expecting to see come through. And this is the kind of performance we've been hoping and expecting to see.
And it starts from minute 1, right? Where Paze is able to get that first blood.
Yeah.
Sure, he was punished heavily in the laning phase, but that was going to happen anyway. Just the ability for JDG to identify their win condition and just fully go all in onto it worked out in the end here for their team as they go up 2-0 over Waybo, a team that took them down in the playoffs just a split ago. And man, have to give some big credit to Paze right there. Would not be surprised for him to win that player of the game for the second time in a row.
And I think that up until that point, it was probably arguable between him and Zun, to be honest, because I think that the Vi was pretty revolutionary in the early game to try and make things happen. But I mean, that final team fight, it looked like it could have been very much lost, and until Paze stepped up and did pretty much everything right in that final fight, it really wasn't looking too good for them. But I think that might just swing it in his favor. Again, Goliath performance, and this is the level of player who was, you know, so frequently popping off high highs and really making sure that there was nothing to be scared about. And something that we've missed from him in this split is where he's been able to be consistent but not have those pop-offs. That right there was the pop-off. We were talking this entire game about the fact that he is the linchpin for this composition, that he was the part of this composition that needed to thrive, and the second that Waybo thought they had a chance was the second that Paze popped off.
And pop off he did. I mean, it was that big fight around the Dragons a couple of times where he was able to just outplay whatever Light was able to offer on that Ezreal. And you got to give some big credit to Xiaoxu as well. This entire series, but namely in that second game on the Cassante, he was able to really set up his team nicely, and actually, you know, kind of carry some fights himself throughout that game. A player that was in Group Nirvana just a split ago and now is delivering in the biggest moments in the LPL playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, we're looking at what it means for JDG now going in, and I think that they need to keep a level head. They've been here before, right? Not too long ago, in fact, where they 2-0 up and where they in a position where it looked like, actually, we can probably just come away with a pretty convincing series. And you know, they weren't able to finish that off. They weren't quite able to find the series win. BLG sent them down here for a reason. I mean, you can see just looking at these stats that actually the damage that's being done is largely similar, and that, you know, in the mid lane, Xiaohu pumping out more damage than Scout. Paze barely able to do more than Xiaohu was in this game, but it's in those crucial moments when that damage comes through that ends up being important. I'm just going to keep on going. I don't know if Grapes is despawned or hopefully not having too many internet issues. Hopefully we can get him back and resurrected into this one nice and quickly, because he'd be loving to get a hang on all of these highlights as well. And I imagine that for the most part here, it is just going to be a highlight reel of FaZe popping off, and I think that Ghost is such an undervalued summoner spell, right? So much in 2025 we've seen Barrier become that apex spell for the most part is for AD carries down on that bot side, but I think that this game is a real showcase for why hyper carries in particular can look to take that Ghost and why they can look to make it work. This fight though, just such a close one on a knife's edge, where if one thing goes slightly different, odds are that Waybo are coming out of this one with a massive lead, and they're the ones who are probably able to come out on top. At any given moment here, you don't know who's going to win this fight. It's still very close. If one extra Mystic shot hits, if one extra, spell lands from Talia, this fight could be completely different. The work from Xiaohu here to go onto his worked ground to make sure that he has the mana to cast these spells, it's all the right heads-up play, but unfortunately just not quite enough. And unfortunately here, that the pre-setup by JDG that was put down was really well done, and Waybo ultimately they do end up paying the price for that. We are missing out. We got a PC restart. Word is that Grapes got to restart his whole PC, so I apologise for the solo show. Hopefully we'll be back in time for us for when we head into game number 3 though. And we just get to keep on running through and making sure that we get to see the high highs that JDG were looking for. Look at this triple and tofu strike here from Xiaohu. And the setup, the team coordination from JDG just seems to be on another level here today. And I mean, going into game number 3, I don't know what I'm looking for from Waybo, what I hope to see from them. But so far, they've had 2 compositions that have required very, very specific executions that just haven't really been showcased. I need to see them do something a little bit different in game number 3, where they either pick a similar comp and actually make something happen, or where they let their team fighting speak for itself, where we see them play for this death ball, play for a 5 versus 5 and their ability to play later on. This is the final team fight though. We should honestly all just sit back and marvel at FaZe in this team fight. Look at what it is that he does. I mean, as soon as he flashes forward, there's a QE onto Crisp, which may go a little bit under the radar, but constantly just weaving in these quick spells as he goes forward. Q's onto Crisp here, which picks him up. Manages to pull another feather back through FaZe. It's just all perfect from the JDG AD carry, and that's really all that we can speak of. That's all that we can say in this position, as it really just does all look amazing. And that he's the player to do this for JDG feels really reminiscent of what we were hoping for from this composition of players going in, where we know that this entire year has been about FaZe. It's been about him stepping up and having these massive clutch performances when it matters the most. They've been swapping the pieces around him. Xiao Shu finally feels like a point in that top lane that has been able to join this team and make the most of that. Zhuo, in this series, he's doing enough to benefit FaZe, and maybe that's all that it matters, because Chris hasn't really been a part of this game, and I think as we look at the MVP for this one, we won't really be too surprised by its result. Again, another flawless performance from the AD carry. I'd be surprised if it's anybody else. And that's not, I am, like I say, gonna call it, I am surprised. Xiao Shu here taking it on the Cassante, but it's not unfounded. It's definitely not unfounded here. A very solid performance from the Cassante in the top lane. Multiple massive knockups in these crucial team fights, so not necessarily that FaZe has got robbed, but Xiao Shu probably deserves that. And with that, everybody, we're going to round out game number 2. I'll be back. Hopefully, Grapes will be back for game number 3. We have got the finale, hopefully for JDG, hopefully for Waybo. We've got game number 3 of a long reverse sweep in order off the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, where I
He's
returned
back!
from a brief power surge that went through my basement somehow. But we rebooted the PC, we're back, and hey, regardless, it is still JD Gaming with a 2-0 series lead over Waybo here in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Rude, it's been all JDG so far, but as you mentioned right before we headed to break, they did this against BLG as well and did not end the best way for them.
JDG fans have been here before. They've been here very recently, in fact. And they will know that they are in the lower bracket for a reason. It felt like this was a way that JDG were going to pave their way through the upper bracket, turfing BLG out nice and easily. And then that didn't happen in any way. Now they find themselves here up against Waybo. And, you know, if us as analysts have any, you know, merit, stock, or anything, and we can fly the predictions now to showcase it, we have a sneaking suspicion that this might not be done just yet.
We all said that this year's going to be pretty close, right? And so we can take a look at those predictions. I mean, I think majority of us were 5 games.
I know I certainly was. I'm not too sure about anybody else. Oh, wait. Everybody except for 5 people predicted not 5 games, and then a total of 14 is that of us predicted 5 games. So at the end of the day, you cannot go to game 5 without one team having 2 wins. So
that's true.
This is as good a timeline as any.
And as you can see at the bottom of your screen as well, JDG have played in 11 best of 5s this season. 6 of them have gone the full distance. That is over a 50% rate, including 2 of which already happening here in the playoffs. And I think that's why
that
we've
is
been
this
pretty
year.
doubtful.
Not this season, this year.
Sorry,
So
this year. Yeah.
2025, but even still. That'd be mental for this split. No, but this year, even still, right, like, they're either going to end up with an even 50-50 keel if they take, you know, this game or the next one, or we're just going to make it over-under and make it a nice, really strong statistic for JDG.
We already have some of our casters proven wrong. Shout out to K-Man, Cubby, and Rafa, as well as Mirku, our moderator, and you guys on Discord in general all went for a Waybo 3-0 or 3-1. Looks like that's not going to happen, but there's still a chance for a Waybo victory. You can at least get half that point there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, even still, it looks like I'm on the right-hand side of history for the time being. Even if it's a 3-0 for JDG, it'd be good to see them take the initiative and, you know, give me the point for the right team winning this series. A Kindred ban here in game number 3. Smiles from Jonas. We know that this is a targeted ban towards him, and maybe it's Tien going, if you're not going to give me Kiana, I'm definitely not giving you a chance at Kindred to end this series.
And if you're just joining us from that wild LCK series that just wrapped up with KT taking down Genji in 5, you might be looking at this and being like, hey, I thought this was supposed to be a close series too. Maybe I just hop on in here, it's 1-1, and we just watch the end of this one. But no, JDG has been the better team so far throughout these first 2 games, and really going to have to be up to Waybo. And I think specifically the mid lane matchup that we talked about, Xiaohu has not been up to the same form as even somebody like Scout so far today.
And I do think as well, looking at this, right, Xiaohu feels like maybe the least problematic, but he's the one in this series who has actually been caught out significantly, right? Where he's just dying in team fights. Going into that game where he was hitting the top tier 2 turret, that was his 5th death where he dies to Jun, and that's like at level 12. You know, one of them's at level 1, one of them was when he had no flash, so there's a little bit of saving grace, but even still, 2 deaths that early into 5 deaths, you know, in that mid game is really, really high for a mid laner. Now, Rise taken off the board, Yunara, there we go, a pick that is still open, which typically we see hit on that red side ban phase, given over to Light. You have to imagine that JDG had a plan here. They banned Yunara on red side last time, but this time they've left it open.
The first time that a red side team has given that one up, and so Light finally going to get his hands on it. We'll see what the matchup is in opposition. Going to be the Sivir-Nico combination for Pays and Zhuo. So some nice wave clear and also some nice early game clearing and pushing power that this bot lane for JDG is going to have.
Yeah, maybe looking to punish the Yunara and make sure that she can't really get to that late game stage, using the power of the Boomerang Blades, the Qs on the wave from Zhuo as well. Massive frontline taken early here by Breathe, looking to play that frontward style, and a Lulu as well. I was asking for this from the get-go of Yunara, that this is a champion that needs a enchanter support to make her thrive. Think your Twitches, think your Kog'Maws. You wouldn't pair them with a Rel. There's a reason for it, and I think that Yunara fits into that same vein. You can do so much work when you've got an enchanter by your side, and now we get to see Waybo decide that that's the way to go about it.
So nice front line opened up here for Breathe on the Scion, but that's a nice counter matchup here. Xiaoshu on the Mordekaiser. Played this, I believe, in Game 5 against EDG earlier in the playoffs, and definitely a nice counter pick to any tank that really shows up here. And you're also going to have the ability to use that Death Realm onto a big carry like Light in some of these later game fights.
And even using it onto the Lulu as well isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. If you take away half of the pairing, right, where the Yunara doesn't get those big buffs or the ulti, also not a bad idea. So we'll see how this plays out, whether or not we get to see some hybrid building from Xiaoshu as well. There were some buffs to AD Mordekaiser, so whether or not we get a experimental hex plate, something that looks a little bit more crazy in the top side, we will keep our eyes out for. Heading into, though, this second round of bans, two teams have got very different priorities, I think, with, top laners and AD carries and supports both locked in. There's a lot of opportunity for Waybo to continue to double down on this, protect the AD carry composition. For JDG, though, they want to keep diving. They kind of need to at this point, where they've got this Nico to start off the engage, where they've got this Sivir to boost people up. Playing these front to backs isn't going to be easy, especially through a Scion who's going to be much, much tankier than a Mordekaiser. So I'd like to see them commit to trying to take out this Yunara, maybe using the Lulu to, or using the Lulu as a bit of a bridge to get to this Yunara as well.
See what exactly Waybo wants to target here, as we're still looking for a mid-jungle combo on the JDG side. Two players who honestly have outclassed their opponents so far in Shun and Scout. Maybe one a little bit more expected than the other, but regardless, looks like Scout's now taking the brunt of the ban focus here by Waybo after, he's had, maybe not the best season overall. Pretty respectful stuff coming through for Waybo, but it's going to be the victor nonetheless. A very powerful team fighting composition has opened up for JDG. I think a nice engager for Shun would round out this composition really nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, they are currently just playing 5v5 once again. Looks like Waybo are looking to do a similar sort of thing. It's kind of what I asked for at the end, where they've played two compositions now where they didn't really do what they needed to. Let's go back to the basics. Let's try to do something that's, pretty quintessential team fight oriented. And now with the Neferi locked in, it does give TN a little bit more opportunity around the map, a bit more of a chance for him to make something happen. And I was looking at something that could be locked into this mid lane as a bit of range to keep Scout at bay. Quay does fit that brief quite nicely. You can keep the Victor at arm's length and maybe make sure that he's not able to get involved in that team fight. But
okay,
Xiaohu deciding he wants to be that roamer. It's to protect the Yunara composition after all. And with Twisted Fate, we are putting all the eggs into Light's basket.
Wow, so another time here where the Twisted Fate's going to be locked in for Xiaohu, matched against a Poppy for Shun. You get to negate a little bit of that Neferi dashing in the jungle, as well as Light, I should say, on the Yunara once she is, of course, transcended. I am very curious to see how this Waybo composition is going to function, Rude, because JDG, it's very straightforward for them once again. It's just push forward, use all your damage in the late game, and, find success most likely at the end of it.
Yeah, I think that the Neferi versus the Mordekaiser is the most important matchup for me. It feels like that's the most likely target that Xiaoshu is going to go for, because he's going to get most frequent access to either the Scion or to the Neferi. And if you want to Death Realm the Scion, you're going to not really accomplish all that much. But Death Realming Neferi, there's a very real world where you can just win that 1 versus 1. Turn the tides of that fight quite easily. But I do think that Waybo's comp does pretty much the same thing as JDG's, where we're just looking at one carry in the backline who's looking to stand strong and do DPS behind the weight of a meaty Scion.
And what could be our final game of the day here on LPL English. It is Waybo who set up a composition around Light, a player that definitely has had his ups and downs this series, this season, and is going up against one of the most consistent players in the entire league in PaYS, who just had a masterful performance in game number 2 to try to save this playoff run for them, for a chance to keep themselves in title contention, the chance to go up those championship point standings. All comes down to this here. JDG have been reverse sweeped before. Can it happen again? We'll find out as we enter game number 3 in Shenzhen.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Nice to see that there's still some support for Waybo.
Yeah, that was a cool. We got the iPad all set up for that moment. Hey, delivered. Shout out to that fan.
But I think that, oh my word, I haven't seen an AI bot be so favoured for one team in the late game in a while. But I do think that's a good point to highlight. That sometimes I don't agree with this AI bot. To be honest with you, Crisp though, he could be in a bit of trouble. Oh wait, he took Q level 1. Never mind. All right, he's chilling.
Just a little bit of poke here for JDG's bottom lane. They should have a pretty nice time pushing, even though there's a Lulu on the other side here for Crisp. So you will have the double range bot lanes on both sides. Overall for Waybo though, very much looking at this mid jungle, see what they can accomplish here in this game. You know, a big concern for Nefiri in certain drafts is that it's a jungler that doesn't have a lot of hard crowd control. Xiaohu does have a lot of hard crowd control, should be a nice setup. However, getting targeted by Shun very early on this Raptor.
Play for the small ones. Play for the small ones. 2 for June. Go, go, go. 3.
You're gonna get it. Okay. Tian at least gets the big one. However, both junglers still level 1 after splitting that camp rather evenly. And so Tian is going to have to go for another one. Actually picking up minion XP for level 2. I don't know if Zhao's going to like that one, but they're going to try to funnel this Nefiri team.
Ghost for barrier traded down on the bot side, and now it's a question of getting pushed down in this bot lane with the junglers being so focused on making a play happen that they really need their bot lanes to be able to rotate. It does look like somehow Light and Crisp have been able to establish push down in this bot side, where Zhuo probably looking to utilize his spells on the champions as opposed to on the wave, but with that you'd expect there to be a HP advantage, which there just outright isn't at the minute. So I do think that Waybo's bot side actually getting a little bit of the better of this bot side fight for the time being.
Yeah, getting some pushback despite obviously the early exchange, although it was not very much happening at the start of that laning phase for Zhuo and PaYS. Looks like once again a situation where they'll be pushed back at least for the start of this, but once they pick things up towards the end of this, we'll see really the power of PaYS and also what Zhuo can do on this Nico. I mean, just the power of this Pop Blossom, especially into the Waybo composition where you're going to have the Scion and the Fury jumping right into you, definitely going to be big. As we see Tian coming in to try to pick up a kill on the Scout, and Xiaohu playing very aggressively with his HP bar, going to survive and now allow for Tian to try to finish this one off. Scout just going to have to flash over the wall. The Q2 misses, and that means that the victor will survive for now. As Tian will go for the enemy Raptor. Shun is here, jumping in, and finally facing a heroic charge. Shun trying to keep his chickens alive, but it's just not going to happen as Tian dominating the JDG jungle.
I think, I mean, a multiple amount of misplays here as Breathe steps forward, no TP here, and just trying to stop the recall of PaYS. This is really big for Waybo. They've actually done a very good job in this early game at neutering almost what this bot lane wanted to do, and also keeping Jun at bay. Looking at the CS, it doesn't look like it's all gone too well just yet, but a steal away of that Raptor camp, a secure of your own Raptors, does mean that now Jun has nothing to clear, whereas on the flip side, Tian has got his blue. Looks like he can go to Raptors, go to Gromp, go to Wolves as well. He's going to be a bit ahead of this Poppy, and that's a really good calling for the time being, and making sure that this Poppy not in the best of positions to stop from fearing.
So it's the ability to cancel the dashes and everything, but Tian doing a good job punishing here to start things off. You're not able to find a ton of lockdown here on this champion, but if Shun is going to try to stand around his camp to protect it, you're going to get pushed out. As we see another play for these Raptors. As both junglers definitely big fans of the chickens this game. The Tian's going to just be able to give over that control and force Shun back to the crowd.
I mean, Smite should be not available for Jun either, so Tien probably going to be able to walk in and see a little bit of a flop for this as 50-50 is secured by Jun there, able to use a nice little combo between the buckler and the Q there, means that it's a nice pickup as another -1 on the top side for Pays here, struggling to find these last hits as he is behind, well, actually no gold as it looks like.
Very even, all things considered. The only real advantage so far is in the mid lane with Xiaohu, who has picked up about a wave of an advantage in CS, but also has the Twisted Fate passive, which means that he'll be getting extra gold regardless, as both bot lanes have rotated to the top side of the map. We're not going to get those grubs for another 3 minutes or so, but we're still seeing aggressive play here as a healer is already used by Joel.
To what end? I don't understand this. Just like, we've used some of the heal. Yeah, I mean, if Joel lands his route, maybe they can flash and find lethal, but we know we've still got some of the heal burned on or available for Crisp. It's very peculiar actions that are being taken place up on this top side. Either way, I hope to see that it subsides a little bit and that hopefully the action is going to be more structured, more organised, let's say, because to be honest, fighting for the sake of fighting, whilst a pastime of the LPL in a game number 3 where you really can't lose as Waybo, feel too good about it.
Waybo though still off to a relatively small, but you know, it's a lead regardless here in game 3 as they're just trying to take this one game at a time on their way towards a reverse sweep. There's some resets coming in. I want to thank the sponsor here on LPL English, that being prodiff.gg, as they are a beautiful way for you to level up your game, play closer to the pros. You can get some expert coaching from anybody or a number of different players, both in the NACL, the ERLs, and even the LTA. So you can use code LPL10 to save 10% off on prodiff.gg. Thank you very much to them for being a sponsor here on LPL English.
You too may be able to learn how to hold a wave like Crisp, where you walk past the minions and secure all of them for your AD carry, as Light is now very much ahead. Will feel pretty good. Gets to go for a slightly better build path as well early on. I talk about this a lot, but if it's an AD carry, you go for a BF sword item and you can't buy a BF sword off of your first 1 or 2 bases, it feels pretty rough. Whereas Yunari gets to go Blade as Flash mid.
Ooh, flash gold card on the Scout, who does not have that flash into the decimating smash. Goes Breathe, and that is first blood picked up for Waybo. Finally, they get on the board first, and this time it's in the hands of Xiaohu.
Hey man, it took them 2 games, but they punished a mid laner with no flash. It's wild that they were able to get away with that. and you know, they've managed it with flash gold card, and the knock-up comes in from Breathe. No real way out for Scout. I think that, the only real way he can stop that from happening is he preemptively puts down the gravity well to stop the Scion Q from charging up, but that's about as good as it gets. It would have required pretty perfect play, which pretty difficult to expect and know how to try to look for. Either way, though, we can see that Waybo early on starting out this game pretty strong, and again, JDG 2-0 up in a series doesn't mean that they are going to win this series. Fans will know they lost this position to BLG, and you can already see in the top side that the Yunara Lulu combo is going pretty nuclear at the minute.
We can see as soon as those items start to come alive, this Yunara is going to hurt even more, especially when in this ulti state. So you can see the laser coming in to chunk Zhuo out even more, and with the pressure that they were able to use off of Light using that ultimate, Tien's going to get all 3 grubs here for Waybo, so they're off to a great start here in this 3rd game.
Dragon live down on the bot side, and would like to see Waybo. We can look at the minimap, already seeing that Crisp is recalling. Expect that Light recalls after this wave has been pushed in as well. Move back down to that bot side. Let's get the Yunara back onto the side of the map where the objective is, and I think that Waybo should be looking to take this early game a bit by storm. They've already found just the slightest advantage. Let's try and hammer that home, really. With Rod of Ages already picked up for Xiaohu, he's in a very good spot, right? He's already 1 minute in, so at 18 minutes, he's going to end up with that fully stacked rower, which is a very early pace, very good pace as well for a Twisted Fate. He's already up 1k gold, and the contributions of that passive, on average, every farm gives you 5 gold, so 80 gold, 80 CS that he's picked up here, it's 400 gold roughly from his passive that he's going to be picking up already.
Plus that first kill. A little bit more afterwards. That's a 9-minute Roa. It's going to be stacking up very quickly. And we'll see what Xiaohu's able to do for the rest of this early to mid games, where TF is really going to be able to influence other areas of the map especially alongside Tien on this Nefiri. We haven't seen them link up too much outside of this mid lane. The Destiny has not been popped yet by the Waybo mid laner, but still waiting to see what exactly that looks like in terms of impacting other areas than that, maybe getting light even further ahead. That is where Waybo's composition is really going to start to get off the roll.
10 minutes and teleports are unleashed as this stage in the game, but still quite quiet, looking to see what happens next around this dragon most likely. As a good spell shield comes through, but
yeah, Lights without the ulti. He's going to flash away from that Pop Blossom, as Shun is in the area as well, but it will just be a trade, a couple of those summoner spells. Notably, Light going to be without either of his or his ultimate. With Shun here, maybe an opportunity to start up this dragon or look for an aggressive play on the Regan.
yeah, and I mean, what you don't recognize is how much... Oh, Crisp in trouble. Flash for
Nice
flash.
flash. That's actually going to slow down Shun pretty nicely. It prevents really any opportunity for them to take the dragon, so really going to have to try to punish these summoner spells if you are JDG.
Yeah, that's the big ticket here, or the big kicker here, I should say, is just making sure that you can do anything with those summoner spells being down, right? With no Poppy Flash, it does become a little bit more difficult. No Nico Flash as well, even more so. Outside of Xiaoshu making his way down to the bot side, Flash Death Realming somebody. The tools to extend that summoner spell advantage, not necessarily the greatest. You can see that Tien is on vision taking this Drake, and it doesn't feel like there's too much of a response from JDG.
It's not for now. As again, we take a look at their composition, right? You have Victor, you have Sivir. These are champions that will scale nicely, can survive a little bit of initial sieging power from Waybo by being able to wave clear really, really well. And so for them, like, losing an early dragon, not the worst case scenario. You just want to make sure you get your carries in good enough spots that they will be able to get to this big power spikes a little bit quicker than you might hope at this point. Being down 1,000 gold, not the end of the world right now, but we're going to have to see them continue to find areas and opportunities to collect gold and try to get themselves back into this game a little bit more.
Yeah, and importantly, massive item spike for Pays as he finishes his BF sword, no longer in depression land of the AD carries, but you can see how far behind he is. His Light's already picked up that Kraken Slayer. The free boots as well mean that he's doing very well for himself, and the 500 gold lead really shouldn't be in a too bad a position whatsoever. Xiaoshu here wanted to take a look at his items. Riftmaker, the opener for the Mordekaiser, so an ability to hopefully stay in these team fights that little bit longer.
A nice shot from Breathe. I mean, this is not a matchup that you're going to be particularly happy about, but the fact that he has not died yet and has stayed relatively even in CS, a very good sign for what the Scion can do in the future, because you're never going to win the 1v1, you're never going to solo kill Xiaoshu. If you stay alive and be important later on in the game, that is a win for you on your specific champion. With Hall of Radiance, going to be able to easily clear out these waves, which is the QW combo, and that will most likely be his job until we get a little bit later on into this one. Waybo, though, going to be happy to scale into this as they already have about a 1,500 gold lead. A lot of that being into some of their big carries. Might see that kind of continue to grow as Xiaohu goes to the Destiny on to Scout. He has to flash away. That's a nice cooldown already utilized, and they'll try to take advantage of that one yet again.
Yeah, Wildgrove used for the knock-up there, but Scout able to flash out to safety. I like the heads-up play from Crisp here. Lulu not a champion necessarily bound by big wombo combos, but being able to utilize that Wildgrove to knock somebody up is a very, very powerful tool that sometimes goes a little bit underutilized, as with no flash, needs to be careful for a route here on the teleport coming in behind.
Yeah, Scout's going to try to cut off the bot lane of Waybo, who, remember, do not have flashes on either of them. There's the Keeper's Verdict, and that's a dead Yunara on my screen. Scout gets right back on the board for JDG.
And it's massive that it goes to Scout as well here. Looking at the carries around, right, we've got Throw there, Jun there. You want this gold to go into the Victor. Blackfire Torch already picked up, and the second that comes through makes a play happen. Really, really big play from the JDG mid laner here, as he was the one who was focused out through the majority of this early game. The second he gets an opportunity to make a play himself, he does exactly that. Takes down the Yunara, and again, I want to highlight that that is the entire goal for JDG. Last time round, game number 2. Waybo Gaming's composition was kill Pays. If they couldn't do that, they lost. They couldn't do it, and they lost. But this time, it's JDG who have got the kill the AD carry task. So far, they've only managed it once, but it's one more time than we've seen from the enemy team at the minute.
Yeah, it's better than Waybo were able to do against Pays last game. I think he only died one time, and it was at the very
Didn't die
end
at
of
all.
things, so the game was already over. So Oh, he didn't die at all. He went 11.
Pretty sure he hasn't died this series. At the minute,
insane.
I think FaZe is on a flawless KDA. Somebody fact check me and tell me if I'm wrong.
No,
but I'm almost certain that this guy hasn't died yet.
That's pretty good. I will say.
He's a pretty good AD carry.
That's an AD carry, yeah, shocker, I guess, right? But, man, this is such a consistent player for this team. You know, even when JDG were having some struggles, I still feel like overall FaZe was generally able to deliver. Sure, he's had his slumps alongside the rest of this team, but overall, a player that this organization has been able to rely on, and maybe even more than somebody like Scout, who, of course, has had a good series so far. And so, for JDG, very happy about where FaZe has been at, and you're certainly loving where he is at this point in this best of 5.
I think that the thing that I am worried about is the fact that Waybo Gaming are a 1 carry composition, whereas JDG are a 2. And that's what scares me.
Oh, Shwo! He was a ward, and now he's not, as he lands the Pop Blossom out of 2 members of Waybo. Thankfully for them, Light and Chris both have their flashes back up, and they're able to use that to save their lives. But a big cooldown utilized there for JDG comes at the cost of 2 flashes, as they now will be able to try to regain control around the Rift Herald pit that has just spawned. But Breathe and the top side here for JDG are still very powerful. Breathe is now stuck in the death realm, as Xiaoshu does issue that onto him, and he's going to respawn straight into 3 members of Waybo. But the Keeper's Verdict's going to knock away the jungler, and here comes the rest of the assault from JDG. Tien able to land another Q3 on to Xiaoshu and force JDG back, as Waybo will now be able to control this Rift Herald.
They're literally healing the Scion at this point. This is the apex for a Breathe at this stage in the game, where he's just able to stand and tank pretty much everybody. Nobody's got the damage to get through his HP bar. 680 bonus health from that Soul Furnace as well means that he's able to stand tall, keeps his team in very good contention for that Rift Herald, and they will secure it. No startup on the Dragon either just yet, Grapes. So JDG not particularly looking to take that fight at all. And we get to see quite what happened. The picture-in-picture, really, really good play by Zhuo. Catches 2 of them off guard, and instead of landing the root onto Light, goes for Crisp instead. Double flash is burned either way, so it's not a big deal. But the Lucidity boots for an eco, almost a core, getting that reduced summoner spell timer. Very, very important.
And now we'll see if Zhuo's able to do that again, because his ulti's coming up in just about 15 seconds, and Light and Crisp, of course, will not have their flashes for a potential fight around this Cloud Dragon. It means that JDG have easy control, as Paige shoves in a mid-wave with those Boomerang Blades. And it should be JD Gaming evening up the objective front, so even though they weren't able to get many kills off of that fight around the Herald, they have gotten a ton off of it, despite, of course, the objective on the top side of the map going over to Tien.
And I will say as well, I'm actually quite a big fan of Xiaohu's build path here, right? As much as Rod of Ages, you know, we snooze at rowers most frequently when we see them normally on Victors, but he's looking like he's going for a Lich Bane second, which is looking pretty decent. It will give him the opportunity to actually deal some damage on this Twisted Fate, which I feel like is almost an unsung glory of this champion, that people just no longer really look to do it. They go for the rapid fire, they go for Azonias, and they look to be a bit of a stun bot and a bit of a DPS threat as a secondary measure. Yeah. But you can actually do damage on this champion, and I'd like to see a more AP-oriented build path, especially when I'm looking at the composition of damage that they have, and it's so focused on the Yunara.
Yeah, you're 1,000 gold up. Take advantage of it. Buy some damage item. Try to one-shot some people. Obviously, you know, the spell shield from Sivir is going to make things a little bit tougher, but if you can land a full combo onto Scout, even onto somebody like Shun at this point in the game, could cause some havoc, and that's what Xiaohu's going to try to accomplish here. Of course, not fully at that second item yet, but we're getting there sooner rather than later, as Waybo do still have that 1,500 gold lead as we get closer to that 20-minute mark. JDG, on the other hand, they still have the scaling. They still are getting those Victor bucks in, but you know, they're going to want to pick up a play in the next couple of minutes. Maybe it's around the Otacon that's going to spawn on the bottom side.
Let's look at the items, though, for the time being. Lich Bane Rower plus Kraken Slayer and Runans versus components and 1 items for JDG. This is a really good spot for Waybo to look to try and take a fight. They have gold advantages. Importantly, they are in the right place. So let's try and leverage that. Let's try and find a fight here. Light opted into running for that Runan second, whereas Pays actually went to go finish off those tier 2 boots. So he's not really close to getting that Navori done just yet. And the Yunara, I feel very happy about her position in this game, knowing that movement speed not necessarily the greatest stat that she needs to buy when there's a Lulu in her pocket.
We'll see the power of this 2-item Yunara, this 2-item TF, potentially around this mid lane, as the Herald has been popped by TN, but Zhuo gonna look to go in. The Pop Blossom does not find anybody, and then Nico is just a little bit too worried to flash onto a target, and ends up not using that Pop Blossom successfully. Keeper's Verdict sends away Light, and so that will make Waybo now retreat towards the bottom side, where Scout could now be the target. He's getting chased away from this wave. It's already a tower nearly taken in mid, and now we see Breathe issuing some damage on top side as well.
Yeah, some really important timings used here, and some really important cooldowns as well. No Poppy ulti means defending these objectives is really tricky. No Nico ulti means that engaging any fights is really difficult. They've just lost top tier 1, they've lost mid tier 1 because they were harassed down to the bot side to defend Scout. Waybo playing this map incredibly well, and all of a sudden in a game where, and in a series where there had been very little life from Waybo, they found themselves a 3k gold lead off the back of simple map plays and off of JDG kind of fumbling.
I just blinked it as a 3,000. What happened, Rude?
Yeah.
I mean, I know what happened. It was 2 towers and Twisted Fate existing, I guess. But man, it just in a blink of an eye. Waybo Gaming are in a great position here in this third game. JDG, of course, they still have the scaling, but at this point in the game, Waybo also has some scaling. You got a late game Yunara, soon to be at 3 items, with a Lulu obviously still buffing her up, and an unkillable Sion at this point. I mean, Waybo are in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to need to, as JDG, wait for the hyper late game, and even then, you're dicing with a powerful Yunara with a Lulu in her pocket, so I don't know that this game gets a lot better for JDG. All I know is that at the minute, it can't really get too much worse. A few kills going over to the Yunara maybe doesn't make it too much better, but yeah, maybe our producer, maybe jinxing it a little bit here. In 2025, this entire year, there have been 11 best of 5s JDG have played. 6 of them have gone to Game 5.
Maybe this is the secret ploy to go to bed early or something. I don't know. But
to jinx it.
3-0 for JDG would be exciting nonetheless. Of course, it's going to have to come off the back of a comeback here in this third game.
Yeah.
With them now facing a 3,000 gold deficit and a Destiny popped in the bottom lane. JDG forced away as Xiaohu just using it as a threat with the Otacon spawning.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the Atacon being on the bot side doing a massive favor for JDG right now. There's a massive wall that Breathe would have to drift through, and it sort of curbs his entrance to that bot lane. Able to easily clear out this mid wave and then move back down to the bot side and continue to threaten JDG, who are currently the ones who have started up this objective. They've got Keeper's Verdict, they've got Flash, they've got Pop Blossom. These are those big tools that they need to utilize. And there is a fight in the top side of the river going on between the 2 top laners as well. Yeah,
Breathe is just trying to prevent Xiaoshu from getting into the pit at this point, but the Mordekaiser unrelenting and using that Death Realm on to Breathe. But now the rest of Waybo just going to collapse on top of him instead. The teleport comes in as it's going to be Scout trying to join the fight, and the Keeper's Verdict's going to knock away a big chunk of Waybo Gaming. Maybe JDG have found an opportunity, but instead they're going to use that space to retreat back without claiming the Otacon or this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they can do one or the other, right? Where they either take the fight on the top side or they look to just sacrifice their top laner in exchange for getting the Atacon, but ultimately they do neither, and now Waybo are easily going to be able to take the dragon. It's a question of whether or not JDG look to contest after the fact.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy secure here for Tian and Waybo. As a teleport came in for Xiaoshu, so it seems like JDG still want to scramble a little bit around this area of the map, and with that being said, they are ceding control of the mid lane. Light's going to get free damage onto this tier 2.
Yeah, to what end? What is their goal here as JDG? Zhuo able to do some good little bits of poking around Jun here, maybe in a little bit of trouble actually, as fortunately he's a little bit tankier, able to take down that wolf and walk out to safety, but you can see they're completely foregoing mid lane. It's going to get another little bit of chip damage down with this cannon minion. Scout will be able to clear it out, but I mean, even still, he'd like to get towards his full upgrade pretty soon. Probably sat at definitely 2, maybe working his way closely to that 3rd upgrade, but still not really close to having the glorious evolution just yet.
And maybe when you get there, you get a 3rd item on Pays. Could that be the opportunity for JDG to find fights? Maybe, but again, as we say that, Waybo are getting stronger and stronger too. It's now a rapid fire on Xiaohu. That's his third completed item. We're getting close to the Infinity Edge on Light as well. He's he's a little bit ahead of the curve, I should say, compared to the Sivir at this point. And Waybo feeling very nice about where their game state is at as well.
And again, an average of 5 gold for every Twisted Fate CS that you get. And even if we just say that it's 200, that's 1,000 gold passively that he's got from having creeps, from CSing, probably near 1,200 looking at it, with the amount of gold that he's picking on up. So even without the TF passive, he's like 700, 800 gold up over the Victor. The fact that he's got that passive as well just goes to add to it. With Scout opting into this window shop as well, where he's got Seeker's Arm Guard for a bit of a stasis, but he's also got the Blighted Jewel so that you can try and cut through the Scion. It is pretty tricky for the Victor to be that big DPS threat without those big completed items, and when he's got to go shopping for all of these different components to make himself safe.
Maybe the problem that is arising for Waybo right now is while they have been able to compound their gold lead very nicely, they rely very heavily on creative setups and perhaps objective pulls to actually start fights. We haven't seen too much of that just yet. We've only had 2 kills throughout the first 26 minutes of this game. Incoming LPL in 2025 joke insert here. JDG are pretty happy about that, and I feel like for Waybo, utilizing Xiaohu to utilizing that Destiny a couple more times could be useful, but at this point, you have to be very sure that a play is going to work, because if it doesn't, and you just maybe burn a couple of summoner spells for that, that's a big tool that will not be at your disposal anymore.
Yeah, but look at the... you are right in that Destiny is that massive tool to make a play happen. I want to highlight quickly that we have just hit 3rd item for Lights. The Yunara is with Infinity Edge, is with a Lulu. And with that redemption as well, again, another layer of safety that is just really difficult to try and deal with. I think if Chris works towards a Moonstone next, like, this Yunara is going to have a bonus sort of 1,000 health that isn't going to be factored into her current health bar. And that's terrifying to try and think about. Where Pays, he's sat just on the BF sword at this minute. He's not been able to get all of the gold just yet, but what we've been mentioning this entire series long is that he's the one who comes up in the clutch.
Dashes onto Pays. Nice spell shield, though, coming out from the Sivir to make sure that that laser on the upgraded W does not take him down. Big opportunity for Light, though, in this game with Waybo down to match point. He has all the tools at his disposal to be the big carry for his team. And he hasn't shown it just yet, but that was a good sign of a good start.
Yeah, I think it's about making sure now, honestly, as JDG, that you try to punish that. No ulti on the Yunara, no Transcendence is pretty big, and honestly, I'm not against this play. It's whether or not Breathe has the wherewithal to walk up, spot this out from happening, and he does. Immediately, you know, with Destiny available, they can get up here.
Otacon pulled away from, so now it is Waybo making their way towards the Baron Pit. But Zhuo is already in a lot of trouble to flash away before even using the Pop Blossom. Death Realm has only gone in on to the Scion, I believe, and so Xiaoshu's just going to go on the retreat. JDG started the Baron, and they do the job of getting Waybo away from the Otacon, but now Waybo's on the top side of the map. They can continue to fish for a fight, if not starting up the objective themselves.
Yeah, look, mid lane. Light is just hammering away at this tier 2 turret. They forgot to deal with their waves, and now they're just corralling them. Shun is now caught out.
Yeah, he flashes away from the gold card, but still gets hit up by the stun. Breathe gonna flash after the Poppy, and in goes Tian here with the call of the pack. Scout still has his flash, still very safe here on this Victor. But here comes the rest of the play. Redemption being issued, nobody going down, as both sides playing it safe with Waybo knowing elimination is at stake here.
Xiaoshu could have made a massive play there by burning the flash of Light. Very real possibility that in future team fights with these 2 big objectives being up, that now the Mordekaiser, 3 items strong, can flash in, take the Yunara into that death chamber, and maybe with this 2-level lead win that 1 versus 1. That seems to be the route I'd be taking to take down this Yunara, separate her from the Lulu. Make it so that she's not in a good position to try and find these big 5 versus 5s and instead isolate her into a 1v1.
Soul Point now picked up for Waybo. They're going to get a blue buff to boot as well, as Tian says thank you for the leash. As Waybo are able to pick up these objectives, they're able to pick up waves, pick up towers, but they have not found that singular team fight. And I take us back to game 1, Rude, where Waybo were up 2-0 in terms of kills for the first 15 to 20, for the first 20 minutes, I should say, until it was JDG that won 3 team fights in a row and eventually won that game. There's a chance that happens here, although it's going to be much harder given the gold deficit. But, you know, Waybo have to have that in the back of their minds that they have not, you know, broken the gates open yet.
Yeah, the 5k gold deficit is a pretty big determiner, but I look at the structures on the map as well, the pacing of this game. Waybo are going to know that they are the ones who are in control. You know, they've got really, really good tools to keep this Yunara alive. It's about making sure that they can do it, as Breathe is just walking headlong into everybody.
Just face tanking 1v4, and nobody on JDG can do anything about it. Infinity Edge, not even a singular punch onto Breathe. Who now is still going forward with that Soul Furnace unlocked. Lands a stun onto Scout with the Roar of the Slayer. Knock up as well, but no full trigger being pulled. That Dinner Bell still available for Breathe if he wants to go in with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Now Xiaohu has spotted Xiao Shu on the flank and taking him down to about half HP. JDG are dangerously low. Another stun lands on the board, and Tian will pick it up. First kill into the hands of Waybo, and they're looking for more. Breathe goes forward with the Unstoppable Onslaught, trying to lock down Pays, and Tian will run him down. Scout in some trouble as well, as JD Gaming are burning at the hands of Waybo. Showing the last one alive, but it's Xiaohu, the little tiger of Waybo, that roars to life with this team on the brink. They pick up the ace, they TP into the mid lane, and are going to try to break open the inhibitor tower in mid.
Forget the inhibitor tower, Grapes. It's 30 minutes. There are 40-second death time as Waybo won the game.
It is 10 seconds on Zhuo, 15 on Xiaoshu. Not going to be enough for Waybo to be stopped into the base of JD Gaming. There will be no sweep. The series will continue, and Waybo Gaming's dreams are alive in Split 3 of the LPL.
And in the bloodiest game nobody ever saw, 7 total kills for 31 minutes. It's Waybo Gaming that come out on top. A single kill for JD. And Waybo just take one fight, they take one swoop into the mid lane, and they take the game itself, forcing us to a fourth game now. And, you know, making JDG fans just begin that sweating a little bit.
This is not my LPL, man. This is not what I signed up for when Kelsey messaged me 9 months ago. I thought we were going to get kills. That was 7 kills in a 33-minute game. But I'm not complaining too much because it still means that Waybo have won. They played a very clean game of League of Legends, and now they're still alive here in this best-of-5 series, and JDG suddenly have to start thinking about what happened in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the Lulu Sion pairing was pretty lethal in that end game there. We have a Sion who can't be moved. He's then got a shield from Lulu for 600. As soon as that falls off, he has Soul Furnace, which is another 700 HP shield. Then the Lulu shields back up, then his shields back up, and it's just this intangible cycle of never being able to get through a Sion. And, you know, when you look at this as a JD fan, you're thinking, how are we ever supposed to play this game? But as Waybo, you're just thinking, how on earth were they ever supposed to play this game? They had no chance really throughout, and, you know, credit to Waybo for just being able to play themselves into this position.
I mean, it was slowly, then all at once there in that game. We kept saying, oh, maybe JDG will be able to scale. Maybe they'll be able to do something, but at the end of the day, it was their setups around these neutral objectives that kind of cost them. At the end, you know, it wasn't necessarily kills that would go over, but it would be, you know, dances around the dragons that would result in, you know, ultimates being burned and just plays being made. We saw the sequence where 2 towers were taken basically simultaneously on Waybo's side that ended up really blowing the gold lead open, and that's something that JDG are going to have to look at in terms of how they play their macro going into Game 4.
Absolutely. I mean, they need to think about really what they're looking to get out of, you know, the next draft as well. What went wrong in this one? And, you know, for the most part, you have to sort of highlight the fact that there wasn't really a tool to deal with this Sion, and that the win conditions that we're highlighting, you know, Mordekaiser needs to be able to get on top of the Yunara. Well, how do they get there? It's probably through flank angles. Did we ever see Xiaoshu make that flank angle? No, not at all. It was, again, this inconsistency that we see from JDG, where they have these 2 standout performances where it looks like Waybo have got absolutely no chance whatsoever, and then just all of a sudden, it's like they've reverted back to old ways, and they've completely forgotten how the game works.
Now, to their credit, it was not like the typical ways that JDG would lose games, you know, per se. It was, you know, Scout only died like once or twice that game. It was not necessarily like his fault getting caught out. It was mostly the macro decisions. And you know, you take a look at the composition that they have. It is very strong once you get later into the game and you have Victor Sivir as this massive you know, backline that's able to dish out a ton of damage, and they were able to clearly do some damage, but they never were able to find the right setups, and that's on Shun and Zhuo for either not having the right angles, and also the nature of their compositions means that they have to be a little bit more creative in terms of how they do press that go button.
Yeah, and shout out to Breathe here for putting on his best Grapes cosplay. Most damage in the game as the Scion in this, match was,
my boy.
You know, taking a leaf out of your book here with the full tank build, still dealing the most damage. This was a very good performance from Breathe on that top side, just kind of positioning pretty much as he should throughout this game and making sure that you can just see there's never a way for JDG to get through with that front line. He's still full HP after having tanked them for the last like 30 seconds, and he just charges headlong into everybody. Nice redemption. Like, again, I think that the support top pairing, as weird as a pairing as that usually is, in this game, really worked out well.
Yeah, I mean, this comp it's a comp that works when you're ahead. I feel like that's, I guess, the case for both of these teams in a way, but Waybo, of course, able to get to that lead, and Breathe, he might be the MVP of this one just for how much time he bought in that last fight. I mean, it was pretty ridiculous that
he also did the most damage in the game. Like,
that's often an indicator as well. So you know what? I'm gonna give.
There were 3 fights. There were 3 fights in this entire game, and like Breathe did the most damage through all of them. So he probably took the most damage as well. There's no way that we can't give it to Breathe here. Surely.
Yeah. Stacked up really nicely. We asked him to deliver going into this third game, and guess what? He did. Not in the classic way where he's on an Mbessa or a Gwen and kind of 1v9ing, but on the Scion, still able to accomplish a whole lot as this composition on JDG that was supposed to be able to burn through anybody on Waybo weren't able to do it against this mega tank that Waybo's top laner was able to unleash upon them.
Yeah, Scout versus Xiaohu has another page in its chapters, and we're hoping to see when that you know, game number 4 finally gets up and underway, how it develops, because again, it's so frequently been a story that was ran by Xiaohu that into today, Scout looked like he was going to be able to get the better of it, but again, just the one final, or maybe one final twist, one more tale that needs to be told.
Or 2, depending on how the rest of this you know, series goes. I know that, you know, we pulled up that graphic. Kai said JDG, they go to 5 games quite often. As we take a look at the MVP, going to Xiaohu on the Twisted Fate. I guess
didn't do the most
I would have loved to give it to the big tank, but you know what? He did have a big gold lead in the mid lane, partly because of his champion, but also just the rest of the map that was played around him.
They already gave 1 top lane MVP for this series. They couldn't give them 2, especially when they played a tank. So that's just not possible.
Enough. Well, as we do see Xiaohu actually being able to contest with Scout finally here in this best of 5 series, Waybo able to keep things alive as they pull to within 1 game of JDG, but it is still Jindong at match point. They will have side select going into game 4, which is coming to your wavelengths here on LPL English right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the lower bracket quarterfinal here on LPL English, where we have Waybo Gaming coming back and starting the process of potentially making things interesting against JDG. I don't want to say those words too much just yet because we're very much on the first legs of that journey, but the series is still alive. We are headed to Game 4, but JDG will have side select this game around as they get another opportunity to close things out and lock themselves up a spot in top 4 of the bracket.
Yeah, and I mean that top 4 is such a coveted spot as well. Puts you in such a good position in terms of championship points, in terms of that regional qualifier that we're going to go through as well off the back of this. Obviously, unless Waybo end up winning the split or JDG end up winning the split, in which case they don't need to go through the regional qualifier, which might be a route that we end up seeing them take. Obviously, it starts with making sure that you can put this series over the line if you're JDG, and it continues for Waybo if they can just continue this sort of comeback in this series. JDG started out with a 2-0 that was very, very convincing, but Waybo, honestly, in one of the least bloody kills that you will see, or least bloody games that you will see in the LPL's history, are coming out on top in Game 3.
And you know, it's just thinking about all the clutch moments that Xiaohu and Waybo in general have had over the past couple of years when they've been doubted and struggled throughout the regular seasons and even the playoffs of some seasons, and being able to come back and have high levels of success both at the domestic, regional final level, as well as, of course, making it to top 4 at Worlds over these past 2 seasons. Their roster looks very similar this season as it did the past 2. Of course, the big difference from last year's roster is Tarzan coming out in place of Tian, but, for Waybo, still a team that, much like last year, has been kind of doubted and not expecting to make it to the World Championships. And, they got to start that journey here. Obviously, they will be in the gauntlet, or no matter what happens in this best of 5 specifically, but getting off to the right foot and feeling confident at the end of your playoff run is going to be very important, even if they don't end up going all the way and winning the championship, which of course is still a goal of theirs.
Yeah, and again, it's this matchup in the mid lane that I've been focusing on for the most part of this series. It's a storied rivalry, a storied matchup in the LPL, 2 of the all-time greatest LPL mid laners to have ever done it. Xiaohu versus Scout. It's a story that has got many chapters, and we're writing another one here as we go. Looked like this one was going to be quite short, and looked like Scout was going to be able to quite easily handle Xiaohu this time round, but importantly, and I think that it's really of high priority that we say this, it's usually Xiaohu in the big game series, in those big clutch moments, that comes out on top. The series scores and the match wins are typically very close, but the way that the wins in those big ticket series go are frequently the way of Xiaohu. And
maybe this series, the start of a microcosm of what the relationship between Scout and Xiaohu has been over the past couple of years. These 2 legendary mid laners in the league that have been competing against each other for so long, but have had close match scores against each other. But perhaps over the recent years, whether it was at Worlds last year, regional finals last year, or year before, or the playoffs this last split, being able to come out on top against a player like Scout. And we'll see if that ends up happening again. Still some work to be done, though, as JDG, as we get ready for draft, opting back towards the blue side, has been the preferred area for attack for basically the entirety of this series.
Yeah, no Sivir, no Yunara now, so the bot lane pools in terms of bans do get a little bit more opened up. The Zig's taken off the board, though, away from Light. I don't mind this. And in terms of Light champions, I am starting to draw a few blanks in terms of what I've seen from him and seen well with Kai'Sa, Yunara taken off the board. I think that the Corki denial, the Xayah and Sivir denial as well are pretty big takeaways from this AD carry in particular. So maybe having to go back deeper into the pool, Jinx Aphelios type territory, maybe looking at something that's not necessarily as well played for the Waybo bot laner, and I think that obviously last game we got to see him do some good work, but in a series where he's put on a little bit of a back burner, it could end up being a struggle, and has been frequently in these 2 games so far. JDG's route to success is through Haze.
Okay, well, they're really going to play through him in this game with a Lucian locked in on a B1. Now, there's a lot of options to pair alongside it, also some different situations for Waybo to try to match up against it, but this is definitely JDG laying down the gauntlet here in this 4th game.
All right, and what's the response then? I mean, this is, again, you are taking the back seat by doing this, and it does sort of begin the looks of a dive composition with the Jhin here. Again, Jhin, you know, whilst I say that as an immobile AD carry, it's the fact that he can layer damage from afar, which means that he can contribute to that dive. The curtain call opens up, and then you can start doing the damage from long range as well to support that diving cast. Bard going alongside this. I like this as a pairing with the Jhin, but I'm not sold on it in the matchup versus Lucian, so I wouldn't mind seeing them hold it for a little while. The Ambessa gets taken here very early and blind into that top side. And we'll see what it is that Xiaoshu looks to answer Breathe with here.
Well, he played the Scion in that last game. The Ambessa here to try and get a little bit more carry threat. And wow, we were just going pocket pick after pocket pick. That is Shun's signature Kindred banned away from JDG in game number 3. This time he will get his hands on it alongside that Braum for Zhuo.
So we're looking at things like Gragas maybe as an answer. I love the Braum lock-in as a pairing for this because you can then block that Gragas cask. But the Kindred ulti is going to be massive. I love the way that the second that we see one set of dive come through, it's immediately, okay, we're disengaged. Kindred, Braum, let's lock it in. And I think that the pairing of Braum plus double marksman is always going to go really well also. So we may expect to see Waybo now pivot away from this slightly dive-focused composition, which is going to cause Breathe a few issues, don't get me wrong. And it does then set up for a Bard lock-in for Crisp. This bot lane matchup now not necessarily as easy as JDG might have hoped for. Obviously, it's Lucian Braum. It's a tried and tested duo, but if Crisp can play and the minions not get hit by a Winter's Bite, should be a pretty okay position for the Jhin Bard lane to be.
And now Waybo fully positioned to play away from this bottom lane. Have Crisp go on some roams, maybe help Xiaohu out and put him in a position like he was in game number 3 and kind of leaving light on that island here for this 4th game. As long as he can survive against that Lucian Braum, of course. Take a look at the second bans that are coming through. Zhaozu not going to be able to play the Yorick, which is going to be pretty decent into the Ambessa. We also see the Lee Sin for Tien taken away. Obviously has very much high experience on that throughout his career. You can also kick somebody out of the Lamb's Respite as a big counter to that Kindred ultimate. As we see some more bans coming across the board, we're looking for solo lanes on the JDG side and a mid-jungle duo here for Waybo.
So likelihood is that they lock their jungler here. Again, it's a pretty pinched pool. So we're maybe seeing something like a Maokai, something like a Sejuani as a bit of setup to pair up with the Ambessa. Still do have a myriad of mid lane options to go for as well. Importantly noting that the Azir has been banned, but you talked about that Xiaohu has been this player to resort to slightly unique mid lane picks. Lissandra here, pairing up nicely with the dive. Maybe the first time that we've seen this coming out in a very long time.
Actually, we saw Knight play this a couple of days ago in the upper bracket the lower bracket upper bracket, I should say, to advance BLG to that winners finals against Invictus Gaming. It looked very good. So they're, maybe a lack of damage at least at this point for Waybo, but it's well-rounded enough, especially as you get later on into this game, that it might not be too much of a concern. As we see Xiaoshu locking in a staple. That's an Udyr top lane here to round out the top side of the map here for his team. Gonna be able to be a bit of a brick wall against that Ambessa. And if this gets locked in, we're getting super funky. The true colors of Fearless are starting to show here, Rude. That's a Swain for Scout.
It's just going to be, yeah, it needs to be something crazy. It needs to match. I don't know that Talon gets locked in. That would be wild. But I'm not sure what we're getting. This feels weird, honestly. This feels like game 5, but we're into game 4. And I hope, by extension, I really hope that Waybo win this game to see what game 5 draft is going to look like. We have Lissandra, we have Zed, we've got the Swain and the Kindred and Udyr as well. This is good stuff. I'm a fan of this. Let's try and dive in and break down a little bit of what these compositions are going to look to do and what their goals are. Because I do think that JDG are so vastly outclassing Waybo's draft here that it's not even funny. JDG locked very early this Kindred Braum duo in preempting a little bit of dive from Waybo, where they saw the Ambessa and they said, "Oh, that's a dive champion. Let's pull a little bit of peel. Let's give a bit of protection, and let's hopefully be able to play this fight out from the back foot." And then Waybo said, You thought we were diving with Ambessa. Hold on 1 second. Let me raise you a Lissandra and a Zed. We are definitely diving, and there is nothing that you can do to stop us, is their theory. However, JDG have drafted the full anti-dive. They've got Swain, who loves people running into him. We've got Braum. We've got Kindred. 3 champions that are just great at absorbing dive. And I hope that Waybo can pull it off. Don't get me wrong, Game 5 draft looks like it's going to be on fire, but this looks like it's so difficult for them to play out if they don't get a lead early.
Yeah, Waybo have to win this game in about 20 minutes. Otherwise,
yeah.
It's going to be pretty tough to try to take down any of the big carries. You have Swain healing, you have Braum unbreakable, you of course have the Lamb's Respite here for Shun, and he knows how to use that ability rather well. One of his favorite champs. Going to be selected to try to advance JD Gaming into top 4 of the LPL. Waybo have a very clear game plan, but JDG have a pretty good answer. We'll see how things unfold as Waybo try to force a decider.
"敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。"
They were spot on the board there. Nice scouting out here for the side of Waybo. They're able to prevent any carries level 1s that would have obviously been pretty disastrous if any members went down.
Yeah, and well, I mean, for me, again, I'm very curious to see how Waybo look to extend the rate and the pace, rather, of this game. I think they got very much lost in the sauce, I'm going to be honest, in the way that they wanted this draft to play out. JDG can kind of walk in. They've got Braum level 1. I'm expecting them to do some pretty crazy stuff, and you can see this could very well be more kills at level 1 than we saw in the entirety of last game.
It's going to a potential 5v5 level 1 in game 4. They've already stunned up Xiaohu with the concussive blows, and he will drop to the might of Shun. That's first blood to JDG. And the rest of Waybo now have to flee their own jungle, at least for now, as JDG Gaming get exactly what they asked for.
But I think that's fine, honestly, if you're Waybo at the minute. You lose your mid laner, he's going to be able to TP back in. That's not the worst case in the world. The fact that Jun gets the first blood is maybe the biggest deal here, I'm going to be honest, as we take a look at some of the win-loss ratios for this composition. Jun 2-0. When he gets his hand on this Kindred, pays as well. 4, he's stepping in 1v2.
1v2, he has the level advantage, I suppose. It costs him a barrier, but Light and Crisp use summoner spells of their own. So we're already seeing JDG's bot lane, or at least bot laner, singular, at this point, exerting dominance over what Waybo have to offer.
Okay, well, again, we're along for the ride here, you and I, Grapes. My predetermined expectations for this are that JDG should smoke Waybo with this draft, but I'm open to being proven wrong. I'm open to a Zed pop-off with the Lissandra in tow. I do think that the thing that we have to talk about is getting that reset, and if they can blow up that first target, you then get Lissandra passive to go through. You then have a pretty decent chance at running through what should be a weaker front line. But I do just think that as this game gets later and later, Swain, I mean, this is pretty recent. This isn't as fun a stat as I was hoping it would be. Oh, it was this year.
They did these for like the 1,000 days. This was earlier this year, man.
Okay, cool. But it was, you know, I think that cutting through that Swain in particular is going to be pretty difficult. What's the consistent DPS look like on this Waybo roster? Nothing. Like, Jhin autos are the most consistent thing that you've got. Maybe Zed passive coming through and comboing people, but Swain's just going to sustain it with a stasis and be an absolute fiend.
Yeah, Waybo are going to need to heal cut quick, and I think in general, their goal with the composition is to never fight a 5v5, at least in one where there are not, you know, major cooldowns already exerted on the JDG side of things. Because if you eventually get to one of those 5v5 fights, obviously we saw it level 1, but it's just going to continue to compound the amount of anti-dive that Waybo have, or that JDG have against Waybo. Means that for Waybo's composition to work, they basically have to just have numbers advantages in any engage in any fight that they try to take.
Yeah, I'm even thinking, like, just looking at the side laning as well, like, can they try and play 1-3-1? And I mean, Lissandra probably doesn't push that well. Ambessa versus the UD is probably just going to get the wave cleared. Tien. Oh.
Misses
the double
both
whiff on shurikens.
On to Shun, on his Kindred, already having 1 kill. 40 and 17, by the way, in his career on this champion. He knows his way around the Lamb and the Wolf, and off to a fantastic start with that first blood. We'll see how far he can keep it rolling.
So looking importantly, I say importantly, probably not so much, but looking at those Swain stacks, how easy it is for the Swain to start getting a bit of bonus HP. Hold on.
Winter's Bite landing onto Breathe. He's chunked very low, already flashes away. One more auto from Pays should do it, but they're not able to land it. The tower's heated up and will force both Pays and Zhuo back. Nicely done by Breathe to survive the initial 2v1.
If you ever wanted an example of why you should eat your biscuits and drink your potions, that's a very good case. I will also advocate for nerfs to Second Wind and Doran's Shield as a tandem duo, because the reason Breathe lived there is because he gets low on HP and then those 2 runes kick into overdrive and he's just absolutely fine. But flash burned on that top side, it's not nothing, right? The top laner with no flash, definitely something that could look to be exploited. And you get to see that out here, Light moves into this top side, makes his way into pushing this wave. Unfortunately for Pays, he's going to be able to collect, I would say, the majority of this. Maybe loses, well, yeah, loses nothing. So look at this massive wave that he's going to be able to get. Zhuo will walk in and sap some of the XP, but he even decides actually to give all of this solo to Pays. Really good heads-up play, just saying he knows where the carry is. He doesn't need this experience yet. He's level 3 on Braum. That's as good as it gets.
Gets a little better, but not as good as having the Lucian levels, right? So, yeah, fair enough point there, as we can already see Pays starting to get this snowball rolling in the bottom lane. Now rotated to the top lane for JDG as they find another stun onto Chris. Shun going to join for good measure and pick him up with the E. It's 2-0 for JD Gaming as things are falling apart fast for Waybo.
That is so wild that Waybo are positioning like that. Even in the 2 versus 2, they don't win that, and maybe they get to live, but they should never be sat in a brush trying to bait for a fight up against a Lucian Braum. And the fact that they did, they get collapsed on, right? Like, they end up losing their life, and that's a pretty big disaster here. As you can see, once again, Pays dancing with Light, baits out the barrier, and it's Jun.
They're going to come right back to the scene of the crime. Another stun lands onto Chris. Pays flashes
Pays
forward with a double shot. Kindred, not even necessary, but he'll be able to pick up Crisp on top of it. It's 4-0 for Jindong Gaming.
No, that was absolutely disgusting from Pays there. He lands the Q through Crisp onto Light, recognizes he has lethal. Flash double hit with the piercing shots means that he takes down Light without him ever flashing out to safety. And this is just Lucian Brauming in a whole other level. This is going so well for JDG. And this is even before it was supposed to be going well for them.
Yeah, this is the point where JDG was supposed to be weak, man. And they're the ones with the early game aggression. And it's all thanks to Pays setting up this beautiful engage in a 2v1. And the rest of the team is able to follow up on it.
Just watch this here as he Qs through Crisp on the stun, positions himself down to get the Q, flashes in for the double hit. I mean, it's just clinical. Like, that is beautiful Lucian play right there. It's a reason for B1ing, that's for sure.
I mean, hey, he's been able to do pretty well on it already, unlocking level 6 by the time the grub spawn. Pretty good scaling to get things rolling for the side of Pays. A player that, of course, replaced on his old team by the member of JDG that was originally a part of this roster last year when they lost to Waybo in that regional finals. And it looks like this young 80 carry, a superstar in the making, is looking to etch his mark in LPL history himself.
And of course, the goal for this JDG organization is to get back to that international glory. The fastest way for them to do it is to win this split. Let's see if they can wrap up grand finals and continue their run through this lower bracket. Forced down here after a reverse sweep by BLG, hoping to not have history repeat itself here up against Waybo, but in this second game at match point, they're looking much better overall here, Grapes, and these Void Grubs looking like another boon to take in their name.
This is one of the most one-sided early games that we've had all series, Rude, and it's very much in JDG's favor at this point. Remember, a lot of us were favoring Waybo here in this series just because of what they were able to do so far in the playoffs, the fact that they were a higher seed in the regular season. I mean, when you beat the defending champions in a 5-game series, and you're going up against a team that almost lost to EDG in a 5-game series, I feel like in general you look at the resumes in recent history and would favor Waybo here, but JDG have unlocked a new gear, seemingly going into the lower bracket, and they look unleashed, and truly a team that is potentially one to be feared even against some of these top teams.
Let's see, how easy is it to kill a Swain?
Looks like this time maybe a little bit easier as Scout gets collapsed upon. That is a flash from Xiaohu and a ton of damage issued onto him. So Scout's just going to tank that death, head back for a little bit because he knows the rest of his team is doing very much well and dandy without it.
Now if they can execute on that in a late game, that is going to be very, very positive for Waybo. This combo of you know, Zed plus Lissandra, it makes it very easy to take out one target. You can't really miss the shurikens when the person's rooted for 3 seconds without something having gone very wrong. Now, hopefully this can be leveraged and can be pushed into that late game, but I think that as we move later and later on, this Swain's going to get tankier and tankier. You can see Scout in his build path working straight towards a Rylai's as well, so he's looking to just keep everybody in his zone and keep them controlled as best as possible. Essence we've already picked up for Pays, so he's miles ahead of where he should be, really, and he's just looking so good in this stage with Kraken Slayer picked up for Jun as well. There's a Dragon Life down on that bot side, so I'd like to see JDG just look to do their due diligence, don't get me wrong, but let's see about making sure that we can secure all of these objectives and make sure that Waybo don't really have anything to come back into this game from.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Waybo's angle is they're able to get an early soul, and all hopes of that now taken away as Shun is able to make his way down here, pick that one up for himself. But we saw there on the top side of the map, Rude, that is how Waybo need to continue to play this game out. Find numbers advantages, find picks, and hopefully try to funnel some gold into their carries. Now Tien has a kill under his belt, obviously still not ahead of Shun, but now in a position where maybe he's able to do a little bit more damage to some of the backline carries, find some more one-shots, and try to, you know, keep this train rolling for Waybo, one that has gotten off to a slow start.
Yeah, rocky one as well at that. It's not been good for them to begin with. You can see Jun 3-0 on the Kindred is doing very, very well, and having found 2 of those early neutral objectives in the Grubs and in the Drake as well. Currently only sat at 2 Kindred marks as the culling goes down mid lane, Light able to pop Youmu's and get out of the majority of that DPS, but nothing damage that's going down.
I mean, that's how you want to play Lucian at this stage in the game. Sit in the mid lane, use that culling, and gain as much priority as you can. We'll see Waybo's play on the other side is sending 4 members once again up to top lane to try to take down the Xiaoshu onto the Udyr. He is stacking up a ton of armor. That means that Xiaohu will be able to do a little bit of damage to him, but it looks like he is safe enough under his turret to prevent any sort of attempt.
And it is Proto Belt Lissandra as well, so we are looking more towards a setup for killing somebody. And you know, we've seen Proto Belts most likely on Nico. You don't have that same impact where if you ult yourself, it's a good slow and maybe a good bit of damage, but
yeah, they're going to have to make this work. They will be able to. Deathmark in from Tien. His kill goes over to Chris, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it was a play that Waybo had to make given what was going on the bottom side of the map. It will be all 5 plates secure for JDG. They will claim the first tower as well.
Yeah, Kindred Lucian are just going to absolutely rip through this turret, and I think that Tien, they're expecting a little bit more resistance from the Udyr as he kind of threw the ulti down, and by the time he'd landed, the poor guy was dead, so maybe a little bit of a waste on that death mark, but we'll get to see whether or not that can be leveraged with that no death mark on the Zed. Can they do something with that as Jun ticks up to his 3rd mark of the game being secured on that crab? But gold onto the Zed, never bad. Maybe gold going onto the Bard, not the greatest, but they'll take the assists either way.
I mean, they're gonna need a couple more of those, and you know what? We're seeing them at least have some fight, and they're gonna look to do it again. Yeah, just immediately go for more and more plays. Breathe, teleporting to the top lane to try to punish Scout here. Lands the public execution. They're gonna try to CC lock him again, but he will be able to ascend demonically onto the soul laners of Waybo, keeping himself alive. At least for the time being, he is running low on mana, but a flash forward from Breathe will be necessary to take him down.
Yeah, Rylai's as well was doing a lot of work. He does burn the flash from Breathe to be able to find that quick kill on the side lane. Once again, it's Scout now for a 2nd time this game, getting himself caught out. The first one maybe a little bit excusable because it was flash ult from Xiaohu. This time round, though, stepping up on a turret, not really checking for teleports, not having too much respect for the Ambessa or for the timing with which Lissandra could get back into that lane. And once again, give a free window to this Waybo Gaming roster to try and make something happen. Maybe even if it's just establish a bit of vision, defend mid lane a little bit. It's going to be looking pretty good for them as we move into this mid game where Dragon spawns in 90 seconds. We've got Herald spawning in 10 as well. So a quick turnaround if a team wants to try and take both. But again, looking at the way this game is going, I would like to see JDG just look to play for as many of those objectives as possible. Keep your Lucian strong whilst he's in that strong point. You know, the only real weak part of this JD roster for me is that Lucian as we get later into the game. It's going to be very difficult for him to try and play out these fights.
Interesting to note as well, with the 15-minute mark, Lucian only has 3 Kindred marks at this point, so not reaching that range buff just yet. As we see another pick attempt here on to the top side of the map. It is the site of all the crime so far, but Shun will be able to save his mid laner with the Lamb's respite. So JDG not going down on the top side, and they also get the Rift Herald.
Can I be honest, Grapes? I'd let that guy die. That guy griefed again. Let's give them the gold.
You deserve it.
Work your way towards Dragon. He'd be up in time for the Drake. Like, I don't know. Now you've got no flash, no ulti on the Kindred, no flash on your Swain either for that fight. Like, just tank the death, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it ends up having any impact on this Dragon, but probably delays it a little bit. As you know, Jun probably not going to want to fight without his ulti. So maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's absolutely fine. But I'm going to be honest. Scout, that could have been 3, and I would not have minded.
You know, it is fitting that the one way for Waybo to like win this game with the composition they have is to catch people out in side lanes, and throughout the entire season that is something that JDG has struggled with, whether it's Xiaotsu or Scout or Zhuo or really anybody. They haven't really done it this series though, and that's perhaps a concern, although we have seen now Tian able to get online a couple of times. But now without that land respite, they're going to start at the Dragon.
My Kindred has no ulti. Why can't we take this fight? What's happening?
Already the Drake secured, but now it's a 4v5, turning into a 5v5 with Scout on the way. Frozen Claw comes out from Xiaohu, but he does not want to go back in. So it is Waybo evening things up in the Drake department.
That feels really rough for me as if you're JDG, right? You're so far ahead in this game. You have this 3-0 Kindred who you're just hamstringing, not making him able to fight because he burned his ulti to try and save his mid laner who's stepping forward on a wave he has no right to step forward on it. Slows this game down by another 5 minutes and makes it so that JDG, as we get later into this game, we're going to have to navigate it that bit better, right? It's going to have to be that this game gets pushed into that late game, and Xiaohu going to be fine to get out to safety with that claw. That's all to say that this JD composition still massively outscales Waybo. Like, the way the compositions function against one another is massively favoured for Jindong Gaming. It's about whether or not they can actually make it there, or rather, not whether they can make it there, they're already ahead, but just making sure that they can do what they need to.
Been able to get another mark here, making it 5 on the Kindred stack. So now, you know, as soon as I said it, starting to get there as well. But you know, credit to Waybo. They are trying to trade stuff across the map. They know that they can't look for the 5v5s, especially with that Lamb's respite up. So Bree is able to take a tier 1 down on the bottom side of the Rift. Keep things rather close. Obviously, JDG are still ahead, but hey, 2,000, not the end of the world right now.
2 items for as soon as he walks back out onto the map with a Trinity Force locked and loaded. Sees Tian clearing out one of these wards and says he doesn't want that to happen. Good chunk already. I mean, if he gets that 3rd auto attack down, I think Tian goes to like probably 30% HP. It's not a good situation for the Zed to be in where he's losing out on the 1v1s versus marksmen. Either way, we get to see if there's more to be had. That's con spawning in 90 seconds. It is spawning up on that top side, so all this jockeying and positioning around the bot side may be all for naught.
JDG look to continue to pressure as they see a blue buff spawning and want to claim it. Should be able to do so rather simply, as Tian does not want to shadow in there to his demise. Will allow for Shun to pick this one up as JDG trying to build off of what has been a up and down split so far. They're looking for another fight here in the mid lane, forcing Crisp to flash away as this tier 1 tower should be going down against a double marksman competition. Xiaohu does not decide to continue the engage, and here comes the culling, and Crisp just gets deleted. Tian the next target as well, as he will go down unless the redemption is there to save him. A root lands onto Light as well. as it's just the 1-0 in favor of JDG.
But look who's coming here, Breathe. Able to push in that top side, doesn't go for the turret, instead looks to try to help out his team. And they desperately need it here. They're losing the tier 2 turret, they're just getting sieged on. And for all of the misgivings of Scout in the early game, it's his W's, his visions of Empire that have been starting off these fights. This is a composition from JDG that has no engage. They're relying so heavily on the Rylai slope from the W of Scout that he's actually starting these off. Tien goes in here, but Chris ultimately just tanks the entire culling. Tien knows that he has to get in and get back out, and I'm surprised he was able to actually stay alive. Looks like we cut back to live as Pace was maybe looking for an execution play on to Light, but nothing quite left to be found. But Atacon now spawned, JDG with a comfortable gold lead, hoping that they can just close out this series, because what they don't want is to go to another Game 5 with shades of their BLG series back in their mind.
Yeah, I'm sure they're thinking about it, or thought about it a little bit, even though they don't want to admit it. As it would be a pretty uncomfortable situation to put yourself in, especially now, Rude, as they give up this sort of a lead. 4,000 with a late game comp, starting up the Otacon at around the 20-minute mark. Tempered Fate's going to slow things down, as Waybo feel like they have to fight at this point in the game, but I don't think they're going to be able to close the gap to secure this Otacon steal. Hexgate over the wall from both solo laners as a TP comes in from Scout. The Otacon's at 2k HP. A public execution lands, and in goes Zhao, who they're able to lock. Pays down. The Lamb's Respite is stalled too late, but it's still Scout with the Demonic Ascension in, trying to cook over the might of Waybo Gaming, but Light is still alive.
We're swaining,
and JDG have crumbled. It is 4 dead with only Scout still alive, but he's still a tanky Swain. He's going to force Light to flash away, but he'll follow with his own right and take him down with another claw. Now Zhao has to flash away from Scout as well. Overall a 4v3 with the Otacon still going to JDG.
Okay, you're getting to see what both of these compositions want to do. JDG are happy for Waybo to engage on them because of this Swain. What they're not happy for is for their AD carry to get popped in an instant. Very well played by Breathe and Tien to get in there, get the Lucian down. And it's that double flank from the solo laners actually that seals the deal here. Pays on one side, just gets picked up by that public execution, and then eviscerated. Everything from Lissandra, everything from Ambessa goes on top. And had that Kindred ulti not gone down, it would have been a complete wipe. But this is the power that the Kindred ulti provides you. It gets you that time to reset, to neutralize the rest of the team. And then Scout, this entire time, left unchecked, forcing double flashes from Light and from Xiaohu off the back of this. You can see that this Swain with that Rylai, he's going to be able to keep everybody in place, and it's something that if there are no answers from Waybo, they're going to need to think about.
He'll continue to be a problem, especially now with another Dragon picked up here for Shun. Hextech Soul starting to stack up here for JDG, and even though they lost a couple of members in that fight, they're still feeling very much in control of this game and in this series. They take down 2 towers consecutively as Zhao, who's only able to match with 1 on the top side of the map. Baron's up in a couple of minutes, so it doesn't look like JDG want to push too much further. So they will back off and just reset on these waves. Pays, very critical part of this composition, but he was the one who got caught out here, Rude, and that's the start of things unraveling if they were to for JDG.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I'm not sold on Pays being the lead carry for this this game. Obviously, he's been a massive part of JDG throughout this entire year, but this game specifically, it's not really about the Lucian. I'm going to be honest. It's about the Kindred. It's about the Swain and the damage that they can do, the health that they have, and what tools it is that they bring to the table. If Waybo commit everything to the Lucian, I think that JDG are probably happy with that, provided that Jun and Scout are able to do what they did in that last team fight. Lucian's not the real carry of this composition, so you know it's on Waybo to maybe try and recognize that. And you know, as difficult as that may be for them to think we have to kill Pays because he's such a good player, I think that the benefits that the Kindred have in this game and the benefits that the Swain have are just that little bit better.
Still no Grievous on anybody on Waybo, by the way, as well. I mean, that Swain is just going to continue to heal up with that ultimate unlocked, and hey, it's not bad on, you know, players like Xiaoshu or even Shun with a little bit of healing in his own right. So something that Waybo are going to have to consider to pick up in their inventory.
Give it to the Lissandra.
They're so focused though on just getting core items for themselves too. So it becomes a bit of a balancing.
Yeah, the thing is that it's an 800 gold pit stop, and it just does do so much work for you. I mean, there was one of the best things that got changed was, you know, the fact that grievous wounds were accessible for all classes for quite free pays. No, don't do it.
Oh, he walks straight into Tien.
Oh.
He chunked about 60% HP, and Zhuo shows up at just the right time. I don't think that Tien realized that it was only the support. I feel like if it was just 2v1, he might have tried to go in for the assassination attempt.
I mean, if you're not going to go for the assassination on the enemy AD carry, what are we picking Zed for, you know? Like, this is... Maybe if he saw Zhuo there, I think that putting the... At the very least, putting the Shadow as an exit strategy makes sense. But you could have at least gone for the full combo without ulti. Maybe even got the exhaust out of Zhuo just as something to burn. Maybe barrier from Haze, but... Zed ulti's on such a short cooldown that it's really not a big deal to try and use it, and then it goes wide. Maybe just a bit concerned about the Baron going down, but either way, it's the choice that has been made, and we will live and deal with that as we see fit. For the time being, though, it is JDG continuing to be in that ascendancy.
A situation similar to, albeit on opposite sides, as Game 3, where the kills were even at around this point of the game. Up, you know, it was 1-1, this time 8-7. But the gold very much in JDG's favor, and we like the way that the composition is able to continue being a highly scaling one. We're starting to see the third items picked up here. Pays gets himself an Infinity Edge. We're seeing Shun work towards that Collector third, and things are just going to go to an even scarier point on JDG's side. It's going to be even harder to kill anybody after 3 waves.
Yeah, and I think probably Malignance for Scout, if I had to guess, in the works. He's obviously got that stasis, so can sit on the Seekers whilst he works his way towards that finished Lost Chapter item. I'll keep our eyes out for what it is that he ends up finishing that build path out with. With a minute left on the Dragon, seems like Baron not a particular concern for either of these two sides. Would be good for JDG to secure this, and you know, at this point in the game, it's when you're reminded that it's a good thing that Waybo were able to steal away that earlier Dragon, and it's a good thing that, you know, it was Xun flash ulting Scout, who was 0-2 at that point, to keep him alive. Now, Scout has been able to pay that back with one team fight, but they could be on. This could be them securing the soul had that not been the case.
TP comes in, as right now JDG are doing a great job making sure they can't get picked out.
Oh, no,
However,
oh, no.
Breathe does find that public execution on to Scout, but he's able to use the ultimate in time to keep himself up and healthy. Culling goes down, and it burns a couple of members of Waybo down, who are still safe underneath their tier 2 turret. The curtain call will be blocked by a couple of people with a Tempered Fate landing onto the Swain, who no longer has the ultimate available. This is Waybo's time to try to go in. 4 shot goes on his Zhuo. It does not find an execute, but Tien will still find the Kindred. But Xiaoshu's still so tanky, and Pays is flashing forward. He dashes on the light, but will not be able to take him down. And Waybo will be able to come back and save the game at this point underneath their own tier 2.
JDG flubbed the fight. That was theirs for the taking. That could have very easily been the series going their way. But Waybo, they've recognized now how they need to play this out. Swain and Alawi have one thing in common. When they press their R button, you run away. Scout pressed his ulti. Waybo waited. They bought that time. And now they're able to play for a second Dragon in this game that JDG should just be taking without any real consequence. A brilliant Glacial Fissure knocks up 3. Tien here, you know, getting chunked out, but Xun steps a little bit close, takes himself down to about 300 HP. This is fine still. Even at this point, this is absolutely fine. But then as soon as Scout walks forward, he gets caught. Now watch the shurikens from Tien. Xun has ulti. He jumps into both of them. He jumps in the cross of both of them, gives the reset. The Lissandra passive kills Zhuo. Light is able to get out to safety because of a well-placed portal. JDG lost that fight, but they're the ones that have gone straight to the Baron.
Well, the good thing is, Shun's going to have his ulti for this Baron fight. The Tempered Fate will stall things out. Tien looking to try to get in there. The public execution only landing in onto Zhuo. Into the pit they go. Who's going to get the Baron? It's secured by Waybo. But a kill's already been going over as Breathe has dropped. And Pays still untouched on the back line alongside Shun. A teleport comes in from Scout. It's a double kill for the Kindred, and only Light and Crisp remain on the Waybo side of things. The chase will commence. Shun looking to try to finish off this game, finish off this series for JDG. But the Baron is still in the hands of Waybo. They'll be able to try to save the game for now.
Yeah, it's a massive steal from Tien. It means that this game may not end here. Those Baron up creeps are going to do a good work at stalling JDG, but they might look to close this series out now anyway. Curtain call comes up. Scout can probably tank this to keep the minions alive.
The force shot only used onto the wave. There's still a cannon available and a teleport coming in from Zhuo. Lamb's respite used to try to keep the cannon alive as well. JDG going for the jugular. They're going to try to end this game right here. Xiao spawns in 5, but the Nexus is exposed and JDG are onto it and will take the series 3-1.
It's another one of those games that just, it's so close for so long, and then one fight happens and the team wins or loses. JDG continue in the lower bracket. Waybo will not get a chance to get that direct berth into Worlds. They're going to have to battle their way through the regional qualifier the hard way. They cement themselves as that 6th seed and as the team that are going to have to do the most legwork to get into Worlds at all. But JDG here, 3-1 victory on the day, puts them with a rematch or a match now up against IG or AL.
What a series for JDG, a team that has been doubted so much throughout the season, and that man Shun putting the team on his back on his signature pick. Now 41-17 on the Kindred in his career. And shout out to the rest of the team as well. Pays a masterful performance all series long. The rest of the role players stepping up when necessary. And now JDG have locked themselves a spot in top 4. Remember, they finished 3rd in Split 1. It feels like it's been so long ago because of some of their recent struggles, but this is a team that we've been able to see the highs of, especially when the core of their team, when Shun, Scout, and Pays are able to all be at their A game.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, that they looked really good today. I think Scout for 2 out of 3 games looked like a fiend, and for Pays 3 out of 3 without doubt. Jun again 3 out of 3 without doubt. He was looking like an absolute menace throughout the majority of this series. I think that Xiaoshu as well looked pretty good. Have no real complaints. He got focused a lot in game number 1. Was still very relevant on that Rumble. Same to be said for when he gets his hands on things like, you know, the Cassante in game number 2. He earned himself an MVP. Was that real linchpin in that top side that carried them through to a victory. And then even in this final game, you know, not necessarily the biggest pop-off performance, but he was playing the Udyr. He was there causing chaos, causing carnage, and making sure that this Jin couldn't really play the game.
And again, it's a composition that you have to throw some question marks at for Waybo. I mean, they saw the Kindred and the Braum, and they still decided to fully go in to a full dive composition. They were able to find some angles and find some picks. I mean, that last fight was also still particularly close. It was a 3v2 at the end of it, but
yeah,
you know, the bigger carries were still alive, and they were able to finish things off. And for Waybo, it's back to the drawing board now. They made it through the lower end of the gauntlet in 2023 when they made it all the way to the World's Finals eventually. They're going to have to try to do that again, potentially with JDG once more standing in their way if they want to have a chance to make it back to Worlds.
Entirely possible. I mean, I'm very excited for our regional qualifiers, but we've got like a final, we've got these grand finals still to resolve, and you know, JDG putting their stamp into the lower semis now. They're going to have a really difficult task. I think that Waybo definitely the weaker of the teams that were left, even though they've beaten AL in this playoffs run already. They unfortunately weren't able to repeat that success up against different teams. Maybe JDG are going to get that opportunity, right? A massive best of 5 tomorrow for, you know, 2 teams that we conceivably thought could have been a part of our final.
Yeah, lose to JDG, beat AL is a weird way for your playoff run to go, but that is how it is here for Waybo Gaming. And if you're JDG, again, this is now the time for that roster to fully live up to its potential. It hasn't gotten there in quite a bit, you know, with some of these new pieces coming in, shuffling around on the edges of things. Xiaoshu and Zhuo now entering the fray. This could be the opportunity for them to fully reach their apex, right? And no time like now to do it against the top teams in the league in the last season or last season of the year before you head on to Worlds.
Absolutely, right? Like, we've got what could be 5 best of 5 games left for JDG, right? They've got semis, lower finals, grand finals if they make it there, then regionals as well. Like, there's a lot of League of Legends that they can still play, and you know, shout out to our statistics from earlier. Unfortunately, not able to make it an even more game 5 series, 5-game series that they run to. You know, typically JDG do love a 5-gamer in 2025, but they ended us on 4 today, and you know, they've still got plenty of time to rewrite that.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at just how this game went. I'm sure we'll get into the highlights in a little bit, as I'm pretty sure right now they're going through some of their post-game festivities on the broadcast. But man, full domination from the start. I mean, as soon as we saw JDG pick up that first blood, we knew things were going to be very difficult for what Waybo had, and we were proven right. And you know, somebody that, you know, we talk about Pays and what he was able to do all series. He was, you know, a big factor, of course, in this clincher, but what a series from Shun as well, right? I mean, a jungler that has so much to prove, trying to etch himself into the books as a top player in the league, able to really outplay Tien, I think, in most of the games today.
And I think that, you know, we talk about Scout, or rather Jun, for a good reason, because he really was instrumental. I don't know that he'll be credited. He probably gets MVP for this third win of theirs, but you know, game 1 and game 2 that they won, he was still, again, an absolute menace. But I do want to take a minute just to kind of finally give some praise to Scout for the series win he gets up against Xiaohu, where he'd been so long in the shadow of Xiaohu in these really important series in that head-to-head. Finally, he was able to to beat that demon, to knock out the player who's denied him so frequently.
Now, I hate to do this, but one could argue, okay, like, obviously, competing for a championship is very important. Eliminating Waybo from that opportunity is a very big win for Scout. However, when we take a look at the history of big matches that matter, you know, for going to internationals.
True.
Maybe we haven't gotten to that full form yet for Waybo. Maybe it will be in that regional final where they're able to fully unlock. We saw Xiao have a great game on the Twisted Fate, but I think overall Scout, clearly the better mid laner. The question is, will that be enough to lift JDG to a Worlds appearance like they've been hoping for all season?
Yeah, and then that is going to be the big question mark, isn't it? Is if they can make it to Worlds, then you know, absolutely we're along for the ride and saying that Scout's done all the hard work. But if they don't make it there, then it was really all for nothing, and you know, maybe the nature of this series then becomes a little bit muted in that sense, that it's just actually not as important at the minute. And you know, we get to see a little bit of a few of these highlights to see, you know, the bright spots for Waybo. I get to see some of the lowlights from JDG as well, as jumping into double shurikens is never going to bode well for you, my friend. But even still, you get to see that even in these really dire situations, it still pays looking to make those plays where he hops in, trying to take down Light, do what he can. And this is that final fight. I want to highlight the fact that this was actually a 5 versus 4. There was never a Swain in this fight. Swain did nothing. Scout was recalled and TPing in.
Yeah,
and then
he's still channeling it at the end right there.
Scout wasn't a part of that fight.
He had a hand in ending the game at the Nexus, but yes, 4v5, and it was just a 2 for 3 at the end of it. So gotta feel pretty good about that if you are JDG, as again, tall tasks ahead of them, as only the kind of presumptive top 4s of the league remain ahead of them at this point, right? They'll face the winner of IG versus AL. They'll then, if they win that game, have to face the loser of BLG versus TES. And if they can get through that game, they of course play the other of those two. So we'll really have to, I mean, talk about a gauntlet. The regional finals isn't really set up that way anymore. That is what is set up for JDG if they want to have an automatic pass to the World Championship by winning the split.
Absolutely. And I think that that's a really big takeaway for them, is that and maybe just for all teams, this is a common mantra. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and JDG are going to have to beat 3 of the 4 best teams that the LPL has had in split number 3. So it's definitely going to be a task for them, and definitely going to be something that they need to look towards as their, okay, I've got this in the bag, or actually we need to do a little bit of work. And I think it's probably the latter one, where they know that they've not played perfectly. I think that game 3 is a pretty clear example of that, where they get 1 kill and lose in 30 minutes. But there are things that they can do to improve. There are also things that they can do that they can be re-emphasizing, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell if this form is consistent or if it was just, you know, playing against Waybo here for JDG. Time, you know, we'll get that test sooner rather than later, as there are still many more matches ahead of them, as Jun rightfully earning that MVP on the Kindred. We don't have to talk about that fight where he, you know, accidentally ran into a full Z combo into a Lyssandra's son, but the rest of the game was great.
Yeah, he did do really well. I mean, he got the 3 early kills, which was a really big boost for JDG, and obviously pushed them already pushed them ahead of the curve, which they needed.
Yeah, I mean, a great series overall for Shun. him, Pays, Scout, the 3 consistent members of this roster throughout the year, able to finally look in true form. Of course, they took BLG to 5. They were able to win a gritty series against EDG, and then now a 3-1 win over Waybo Gaming. And their tasks do not get more simple as the rest of this playoff bracket goes along. If they want to try to earn themselves a spot at Worlds, still much more League of Legends to play and many more Nexuses to take down. But before we head out for the day on LPL English, let's take a look at the updated playoff bracket that certainly has gotten a bit of a shuffle. JDG securing themselves a spot in top 4, facing off against the winner of IG and AL.
Yeah, and that series obviously being played tomorrow, same time, same place, so don't hesitate to keep yourselves glued to the screen for tomorrow. It's a really big series. Either of these 2 teams could have, in an alternate universe, made it to the final without, particularly too much trouble, but they find themselves in the lower bracket, and they're going to have to try and battle their way out of it now to really show what they're made of in these grand finals.
And of course, after that, we have our winners bracket finals between BLG and TS. And then after that, the lower bracket semis, which of course will take us right into championship weekend, where we will have not only the losers and grand finals, but also that regional finals kind of all happening in quick succession, if I am not mistaken. So plenty of more action to come here on LPL English, and really want to thank everybody who's been along the ride with us all 3 of those splits. Of course, we're getting towards the end of things, but there's still a lot more high-stakes League of Legends to watch here on this channel, so make sure you send a follow, you subscribe to us over on the YouTube channel, and you know exactly where we're going to be tomorrow here for our next series between AL and IG. Before we head off for the day, I want to give a big shout-out to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Root, it's been fun, and we'll see what the rest of the league has in store. Any final thoughts before we wrap up the show for today?
No, once again, everybody, just make sure that you're staying tuned. It's the playoffs. They've been crazy so far. I think that this may be one of the more tame days that you've seen, and that's with a 7-kill game that went 30 minutes. Come back tomorrow, come back Monday, come back Tuesday, and we're going to have more action for you.
Absolutely. So it was a pleasure to cast alongside you for these 4 games. Could have been 5, but maybe we'll get that down the road as we wrap up the season. On behalf of my co-caster Rooted, our producer Kai, and of course everybody watching at home, my name is Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to LPL English for the day. Final score here, JDG 3, Waybo 1. We'll see you all tomorrow for our next series.